Chapter 1250. As Lin Feng expected, Ling Xuantong's eyes widened when he saw the plant in Lin Feng's hand. He popped his eyes and rushed at Lin Feng, snatching the plant from his hand as he said excitedly, "This is... It's not infected. It's really not infected." He held the plant in his hand and carefully sensed it. It was so clean that he couldn't believe it. Ling Xuantong looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, "Where did you get this? Do you have more?" Lin Feng pointed at Lin Wenwen and said, "She brought back 500 kilograms of fresh catmint. She also brought back some uninfected seeds. As long as we plant them in chief space, we'll have plenty of catmint in the future." "Really? That's great. But where did Mississippi Wenwen find it? And so much of it?" Ling Xuantong wore a delightful look on his face. Then, he looked at Lin Wenwen with confusion. "That's a secret for now," Lin Wenwen said to him with a smile, then made a step backward and waved a hand. Following her move, 3 large bags of catmint showed up in the clearing before her eyes. Seeing the 3 bags, Ling Xuantong's eyes glowed. He showed a thirsty look, as if he had seen 3 large bags of catmint before the apocalypse. "Is this enough for you to study? I have some more. Should we send the rest to Sea City Base?" Lin Wenwen first asked Ling Xuantong, then turned and asked Lin Feng. "It's enough. These are all pure catmint. They haven't mutated. Their juice is hundreds of times more effective than the catmint we've found before. We can dilute the catmint and do experiments." Ling Xuantong nodded quickly with delight. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Sea City Base needs to produce catmint weapons. We can send some to them. I reckon that with the pure attribute catmint, their weapons will be even more powerful." Sea City Base was cooperating with All Beings Base to produce the weapons. All Beings Base provided the information about the catmint, while Sea City Base was responsible for developing the weapons. 30% of the products would go to All Beings Base. After leaving the research institute, Lin Feng sent Lin Wenwen straight to Sea City Base. Aside from Lao San, Lao Lu, Jingyan, and the others from the zombie army, Qin Yu, Sun Lunan, Du Yunfan, and Jiang Anan, who had been training in the army recently, were also there to escort her. After arriving at All Beings Base with Lin Qiao, Jiang Anan directly joined the army there. A level 4 Earth-type special ability was not considered high, but it was not considered low either. Moreover, she was more familiar with Sea City. Ever since the incident with Bai Shuer, Jiang Anan had become even more reclusive. In his eyes, there was only the mission. When he was in the army, he only knew how to train himself every day. With a cold and scarred face, he was always alone. Only when she returned home and saw her mother would her aura soften a little. The journey from All Beings Base to Sea City Base was peaceful. They encountered a few mutated beasts, but didn't run into any trouble, neither did they encounter any underground creatures. They arrived at Sea City very smoothly. After entering the Sea City Base, number 3, number 6, and the other zombies didn't follow them. She stayed outside the base and found a place nearby to wait for Lin Wenwen to finish her work and come back. Jiang Anan, Qin Yu, and the others had been following Lin Wenwen the whole time. The person in charge of developing weapons in Sea City was a weaponsmith. He was an old man with white hair. Even Xiao Yunlong didn't dare to talk loudly to him, as he had to lower his voice. Of course, Xiao Yunlong wouldn't bring Lin Wenwen and the others to the weaponsmith base. Lin Wenwen was an acquaintance of his anyway. In order to save himself some trouble, Xiao Yunlong directly brought her to the reception room. "I guess you're fine. I guess Lin Feng and Lin Hao have been worried sick about you since you disappeared. But still, they couldn't find you," Xiao Yunlong observed Lin Wenwen the first thing he did when he saw her. Lin Wenwen smiled but didn't say anything. But why are you here to deliver the materials this time? Don't you always send others to deliver the materials? Xiao Yunlong didn't know what Lin Wenwen was going to deliver. According to Lin Feng's message, it was a very important material. Because it's safer to put it in my space. There are quite a lot of things. Lin Wenwen looked around and gave Xiao Yunlong a signal with her eyes. Thankfully, Xiao Yunlong immediately understood her meaning. It seemed that she still needed to keep it a secret. So, he waved a hand and told his people to leave. As no one else was in the living room, Lin Wenwen told Qin Yu and the others to leave as well. Only she, Xiao Yunlong, and Meng Yu stayed in the room. Lin Wenwen stood up from the couch and walked to the middle of the living room, then took out 100 kilograms of catmint from her space and put it on the ground. These are all pure catmint. There's no virus in them. These 100 kilograms should be very useful for you, right? She looked at Xiao Yunlong and said. Xiao Yunlong stared at the large pile of bags that Lin Wenwen took out. Hearing her say that the catmint was pure and uninfected, he didn't believe her. Immediately, he looked at her in disbelief. Never been infected. That's impossible, isn't it? Is it possible to find uninfected plants now? Lin Wenwen shrugged, then stepped back to the couch and sat down. You can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Before Xiao Yunlong moved, Meng Yu, who was sitting beside him, had already stood up and walked to those bags, touching them with her hands. Then, she said, she's right. These are all pure catmint. There's no virus at all. No way. Really? Xiao Yunlong was a little surprised to hear that. Meng Yu had plant power. If she said that there was no virus, then there was no virus. She couldn't be wrong. But, how could that be possible? Now, after the second mutation of the virus, there were almost no pure and original plants left. How did all beings base find those catmint? And, there were so many of them. Xiao Yunlong couldn't believe it. He moved to the front and opened one of the bags to look inside. As he expected, there was a pile of fresh catmint leaves and roots. He didn't sense any virus at all. Meng Yu wore a look of disbelief as she looked at Lin Wenwen and asked, "Where did you get these?" Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "That's a secret. We can provide more for you in the future. But, on one condition, you need to give us 10% more weapons." Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu didn't react strongly to her request. They glanced at each other and fell into deep thoughts. In fact, Lin Wenwen's request wasn't unreasonable. After all, catmint was the most important material for making weapons. The pureness of the catmint would certainly play a great role in the weapons. If they provided all the catmint, they would get 40% of the finished products. Only the technology and materials of weapons were found in the sea. 60% wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. Chapter 1251. Okay, no problem. If it's all these pure grass, then giving you 30% is a loss. Xiao Yunlong nodded, then turned to look at Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." At this time, she suddenly said to Xiao Yunlong, "By the way, can I trouble you to do me a favor?" When Xiao Yunlong heard that she wanted to ask him for help, he stood up and walked back to his seat. He asked her, "What is it?" Lin Wenwen took out a piece of paper, put it on the coffee table and said, "Help me find a few people, they should be in your base." Meng Yu walked over and picked up the paper she put on the table, opened it and looked at it. Dong Xin Xin. Dong Li Jia. Do you have any problems looking for them? Lin Wenwen looked at her. Why? Do you know them? Meng Yu shook her head. No, I'm just curious. I'll help you check. Thank you. Lin Wenwen smiled and nodded to her. Then Lin Wenwen stayed in Sea City, waiting for Meng Yu to help her find people. At this time, in the base of Huaxia, Lin Qiao took Li Zheng and the others to live with Wu Qingyue and the others in the embassy building arranged by Huaxia. In the lobby of the embassy, they also met the current leader of the Black Dragon base, Du Kuanxing. This man was still handsome. When he smiled, he was quite sunny, reducing a lot of his age. He was clearly a man in his early 30s, but he looked like a young man in his 20s. But when he didn't smile, the gloomy temperament did not weaken much. Long time no see, Leader Wu and Leader Lu are here too. But you are not the last, there are still people who haven't arrived. Seeing Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao appear together, Du Kuanxing stood up and greeted them with a smile. The last one is from Qingshan base. He is probably very busy in the base now. Wu Qingyue smiled at Du Kuanxing. Lin Qiao had never seen Du Kuanxing before, and this was the first time she saw him. And it was also the first time for Du Kuanxing to see her. Both sides just smiled politely. This should be the beautiful leader of the base that I've heard of recently. Hello. I am Du Kuanxing from the Black Dragon base. Du Kuanxing looked at Lin Qiao with interest. Although his gaze and actions were a little impolite, he didn't mean anything bad. Previously, he was quite interested in this new female leader because he was very curious about what kind of woman Wu Qingyue was chasing. Now that he had seen her, he felt that she was indeed very beautiful, and her temperament was also very good. Moreover, her figure was very hot. Even if she was wearing the military uniform specially made for leaders, it couldn't cover the high bulge in front of her. Her waist was slender with a belt, and her legs were straight and slender. It was no wonder that Wu Qingyue would chase after such a stunner. Lin Qiao also smiled and looked at him. I heard that Leader Du is a strange person, but I didn't expect you to not give up the Black Dragon base and leave like Gao Haoyun. Hearing this, Du Kuanxing only smiled faintly and said, "Hee, am I that kind of person? Fortunately, I didn't run away like Gao Haoyun. Otherwise, wouldn't I end up like him? That's not necessarily the case. Even if he didn't leave, he would still end up dead." Lin Qiao knew that he was joking, so she casually replied. Then, she said, "All right, why are we talking about a dead person here? I wonder if there's any news about Du Shouxian's arrival here." As she spoke, she walked to the sofa, sat down, and looked up at Du Kuanxing. Du Kuanxing understood that she was asking about Huaxia, so he sat down and said, "Although I also want to know about their plans, unfortunately, I didn't manage to find out any news about them. I heard that your base was the first to encounter the underground creatures. Have you researched any ways to deal with them?" He was referring to the group of underground gorillas. They were indeed the first to appear. Lin Qiao nodded. "The first ones to appear at our base. Although they are very strong, they have a big weakness. They can't come out during the day to be exposed to the sunlight, so they didn't recklessly invade our base. As for effective methods, there is one, but it's not convenient to say it now. As for effective methods, I do have them, but it's not convenient to say them now." But seeing that Lin Qiao wasn't willing to say it, he nodded in understanding. However, seeing that Lin Qiao was unwilling to say, he nodded in understanding. After some thought, he changed the topic and turned to look at Wu Qingyue. "However, Sea City has already terminated their cooperation with Huaxia. I didn't expect them to invite Great Leader Wu over this time." Wu Qingyue looked at him with a smile. "I'm surprised too. I thought they would isolate us." When Du Kuanxing heard this, his expression immediately became gloomy for a moment. They really wanted to do that. Previously, they even wanted to threaten me to forbid me from continuing to trade with you. It's just that I didn't care about their threats. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do next. But before they can do anything, the underworld creatures appeared. Sikong Chen did something like that. Lin Qiao was speechless when he heard that. He exchanged glances with Wu Qingyue. It seems like Xikong Qin also wants to control the Black Dragon base in China's hands. Wu Qingyue's smile faded. He looked at him and said, "It seems like you didn't agree. But he won't let you go just like that, right?" Du Kuanqing sneered and spread his hands. When Gao Haoyun cooperated with him in the past, he had already planted a lot of people. However, when Gao Haoyun left last time, I took the opportunity to get rid of those people that Xikong Qin planted. Now that he doesn't have any information about us, even if he wants to do something, he won't be in a hurry. Also, it's too late. They were probably still planning something, but the sudden appearance of a large number of strange creatures messed up their plans. By the way, I heard that he went to the northwest not long ago, but it seemed like he didn't achieve anything. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Qiao again. The smile on his young and handsome face seemed to be gloating. Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue both understood that he was referring to Xikong Chen's plan to ambush Dong Xiaowei. However, because of Lin Qiao's appearance, Xikong Chen didn't get anything. Instead, he injured his assistant. Xikong Chen probably has a lot of opinions about Lin Qiao now. It seems like Xikong Chen won't have a good attitude toward her during this meeting. I just happened to pass by. Who asked Xikong Chen to have such bad luck? Lin Qiao smiled and spread his hands. Du Kuanqing said, but I didn't expect a rank 9 metahuman to appear. The Blue Continent actually has such a trump card. It's not simple. At this time, Wu Qingyue said, Qingshan base has never been simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden until now. Chapter 1252. Xikong Chen is now in frequent contact with foreign bases, and he hasn't even done any cover-up work recently. It seems that he doesn't care about us. What do the two leaders think? Du Kuanqing thought of Xikong Chen's recent frequent transactions with foreign bases, and he didn't even need to hide his transactions. He brazenly made those transactions with foreign bases, and the intention behind it was obvious what he was going to do to other domestic bases that didn't obey him. From the moment he wanted to sneak attack the level 9 leader of Qingshan base, Xikong Chen's ambition became more and more obvious. Wu Qingyue said, from the moment Sea City terminated the transaction with Huaxia, we and Huaxia were already on different sides. Originally, we had planned to go our separate ways after the transaction was concluded. However, it seems that Xikong Chen doesn't want to do that, so of course we won't just let him beat us up. Du Kuanqing looked at him and sighed. Your Sea City does have the strength to compete with him, but in terms of weapons, you should be at a disadvantage, right? After all, everyone knew that Sea City's technology was still a few steps behind Huaxia. Hearing his words, Wu Qingyue just smiled calmly. Although we are slightly inferior in terms of weapons, we will soon catch up to them. Du Kuanqing was slightly startled when he heard his answer, and then said, it seems that you have already prepared for this, right? As expected of the leader of Sea City, your preparations are more thorough than others think. Wu Qingyue was obviously telling him that Sea City also had a lot of information about Huaxia, and had already prepared a backup plan. Obviously, they didn't need outsiders to worry about them. At this time, in the base, Qiu Lili suddenly found that Lin Kuei had disappeared. That guy's aura wasn't in the base. Huh? Where did he go? Qiu Lili was puzzled on the top of a tall building in the base, looking around for Lin Kuei's aura. Not long after, she slowly found the base by following the scent left by Lin Kuei. She didn't know what Lin Kuei went out to do, but Qiu Lili remembered that she had taken a catnip from Lin Wenwen, but Lin Kuei snatched it and didn't return it. Did he go out with the catnip? When Qiu Lili found Lin Kuei a few kilometers away from the base, she saw that he had turned into a big black panther. The strange thing was that he was rubbing his body against a mutated tree. Chiu Lily landed on the roof of a nearby building and looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Lin Kuei was leaning against the big tree, wiping himself. He stopped when he heard Chiu Lily's voice. Then he turned to look at Chiu Lily and wagged his long black tail. The pair of leopard eyes flashed with some kind of unknown light. When Chiu Lily met his eyes, she didn't know why, but her heart flashed a subtle premonition. She originally wanted to jump down and lean on him, but because of this, she hesitated and stopped in place. Lin Kuei didn't answer her. He just turned his head and turned around when he saw her. Then, it stared at Chiu Lily and walked towards her step by step with its claws. The long tail behind it swayed left and right from time to time. What are you trying to do? Chiu Lily suddenly felt like she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The subtle bad feeling in her heart just now immediately grew. She stared at Lin Kuei, who was walking towards her, warily. At this time, Lin Kuei suddenly stopped and then stood silently with his head raised to look at her. Hey! Say something, have you become mute? After Chiu Lily saw him stop, her heart was relieved for no reason. Then, she scolded him angrily. Lin Kuei suddenly sat down and his two front limbs stood side by side in front of him. However, he still didn't speak. He just stared at Chiu Lily with an unfathomable gaze. Chiu Lily became more and more confused. She didn't know what was going on with Lin Kuei. He didn't answer her question. Why did he only know how to stare at her? So, the person and the leopard stared at each other silently for a few seconds. Suddenly, the big black panther spoke human language. Lily, do you like me? Ha! Chiu Lily's first reaction was to be stunned. When she reacted, she realized what Lin Kuei said. Then, her expression became subtle. At first, she looked at him blankly, but in the next second, her eyes drifted left and right. She didn't dare to look Lin Kuei in the eye. You! What did you say? She was very embarrassed and awkward. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Kuei's eyes. Lily, I like you. However, at this time, Lin Kuei said again. Chiu Lily was stunned again. Then, she instantly looked at Lin Kuei's eyes. What did you say just now? Are you serious? Lin Kuei stood up, swinging its tail and circling around on the spot. He then looked up at Chiu Lily who was standing on the rooftop. Then, he bent his forelegs slightly and jumped up. Chiu Lily saw him jump to the rooftop in the blink of an eye. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. She hadn't reacted to his words just now. Lin Kuei walked towards Chiu Lily with elegant steps. Although Chiu Lily wanted to run away, she didn't dare to do so. But she wanted to know what Lin Kuei meant just now. Why did he think that she liked him? And he actually said that he liked her. Usually, she liked to stick with him, but she didn't know whether she liked him or not. Moreover, this big cat's sudden confession caught her off guard. Lin Kuei didn't immediately get close to her. Instead, he began to walk in circles around her. Step by step, his footsteps were rhythmic and unhurried. He said, I know you like me, but do you like me like this? Or like a human? The red light in Chiu Lily's eyes began to shine. If she was a human, she would have blushed at this moment. You. How do I like you? Lin Kuei's footsteps paused slightly. He said, really? You really don't like me? If I leave, will you miss me? Chiu Lily was stunned again. What? You want to leave? Where are you going? Can you answer my first question first? Lin Kuei walked up behind her and rubbed his head against her hand beside her. Chiu Lily's whole body trembled. Her hand seemed to be electrified. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Her expression was a little complicated. Although she didn't want to admit that she liked him in front of him, if she had to say that she didn't like him at all, that was also impossible. But the question was, why did Lin Kuei suddenly ask her such a question? From the moment she saw him, Chiu Lily felt that he was strange. His gaze was strange too. Chapter 1253. What's wrong with you? You don't look right now. Chiu Lily didn't answer Lin Kuei's question immediately. Instead, she turned around to look at him. I'm fine. Very, very fine. Lin Kuei's voice was a little airy. Then, he rubbed his head against Chiu Lily's hand, and then his whole body. His body was already very big. In his leopard form, he was about 1.2 meters tall, and he almost reached Chiu Lily's chest. So, when he rubbed against her furry body, the petite Chiu Lily took 2 steps back. Big Cat Lin, are you acting coquettishly now? After being rubbed against by him, Chiu Lily looked at him inexplicably. Because kittens would only rub against people's feet like this when they were acting coquettishly. Hearing Chiu Lily's words, Lin Kuei stopped rubbing against her body. Then, he used his tail to curl Chiu Lily's long hair behind her back and shook it. He said, how could I do that kind of thing that only children would do? He wasn't acting coquettishly now. He was clearly courting her, okay? Hearing his words, Chiu Lily was speechless. She looked back at him and said, you are. At this time, Lin Kuei turned behind her and suddenly disappeared. Chiu Lily turned her head and wanted to look at him. Then, a pair of strong arms suddenly hugged her shoulders from behind. Silly, I was clearly confessing just now. Lily, I like you. Do you like me? After Lin Kuei hugged Chiu Lily with a pair of smooth arms from behind, he pressed his head into the pit of her neck and sniffed her scent. Ah. Being hugged by him, Chiu Lily was already shocked and panicked. But when she heard him confess again, her mind became even more chaotic. His mind became even more chaotic. He was happy, helpless, and at a loss. All of a sudden, he didn't know how to react at all. More importantly, Lin Kuei was now hugging her with his naked body. Should she scold him for acting like a hooligan, or should she answer his confession? If she said she didn't like him, it seemed like she was lying to him and herself. If she said she liked him, he suddenly made her panic. And, could he put on his clothes first? Ha! Do you like me? I think, Lily, you must like me because you usually like to be with me. You're obviously a very antisocial little girl. Apart from being a little closer to the leader, you don't seem to be close to anyone. In the end, not only did you spend a lot of time with me, but you also visited my sister often. Lily, just stay with me, okay? In the end, Lin Kuei suddenly turned Chiu Lily's body to face him and looked at her face affectionately. Sigh. I'm still young. Don't let me see your human body. I don't want to see it. Chiu Lily was startled by his sudden turn. She subconsciously closed her eyes, pushed his chest with her hands, and turned her face to the other side, not daring to look at him. Although your body is still the same age as before you became a zombie, but your mental age is not young. You're already an adult. Come on, open your eyes and answer me. Lin Kuei pressed her shoulder with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, looking at her little face. His eyes swept over her closed eyes, then from the bridge of her nose, and finally stopped at her cherry red mouth. Even if my mental age is that of an adult, but my body is still that of a child. Let me think about it. Chiu Lily struggled for a long time, and finally pushed him away and was ready to run away. However, Before she could push Lin Kuei away, Lin Kuei had already reacted quickly and grabbed her wrist again. He directly pulled her back into his arms. Don't run, why do you need to think about it? The facts are in front of you, Lily, look at me. Lin Kuei pulled her back and locked her in his arms, looking down at her and said. If it was the usual Lin Kuei, he would definitely not pull Chiu Lily like this. But today, just like what Chiu Lily said, he was indeed not right. Ah! You, let me go. Chiu Lily did not expect him to pull her back in an instant, not even letting her run away. She looked back and saw his strong chest, which was a little pale because he was not angry. She wanted to lower her head to avoid his bare chest, but when she looked down, she accidentally saw something more terrifying. Chiu Lily's whole body stiffened, and she immediately closed her eyes and raised her head. No, you have to answer my question before you can go. Lin Kuei still grabbed her and did not let go. He looked at her stubbornly and said. Okay, I got it. I kind of like you. Is this okay? Can you let me go? Can you put on your clothes first? Is it okay to confess and act like a hooligan at the same time? Chiu Lily could not stand it anymore, and finally admitted it. In the end, she could not help but complain. However, Lin Kuei did not care about his current appearance at all. After hearing Chiu Lily's answer, he suddenly held her face with both hands, then lowered his head and forcefully blocked Chiu Lily's lips with his own. Ha! Chiu Lily felt something strange on her lips and opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Kuei's face pressed against hers, she instantly widened her eyes. Then, she reflexively began to struggle. However, Lin Kuei seemed to have anticipated her action. He immediately bent down and tightly held her small waist with both hands. Then, he raised one hand and clasped the back of her head. His tongue stuck out from his lips and went into her small mouth. Chiu Lily was completely frightened by his action, and she slapped his shoulder hard. As a result, her hand touched his smooth skin, which made her even more confused. In a panic, she could not help but want to use her special ability, but she suddenly thought that it might hurt Lin Kuei. Thinking of this, she could not bear to do it, so she hesitated and finally did not use her special ability to attack Lin Kuei. Moreover, Lin Kuei's tongue was stirring wildly in her mouth, rolling her tongue and rubbing together. It made Chiu Lily's lips unable to close, and a silver thread slipped from the corner of her mouth. Chiu Lily even felt that there was something hard on the lower half of Lin Kuei's body that was holding her. It made her a little uncomfortable, so she subconsciously pushed it with her hand. As a result, the feeling was a little strange. It was fleshy and hard, and there was a faint heat. After Chiu Lily suddenly realized what she had touched, her whole body immediately froze. As a result, Lin Kuei took the opportunity and began to touch her. Predict the future. Ha ha ha, old rules. Join the group. 499999113. Chapter 1254. When Chiu Lily woke up, she found herself in Lin Kuei's embrace in leopard form. She was buried under the soft fur of Lin Kuei's belly, and his head was nestled in her neck. Chiu Lily was stunned for 2 seconds, and instantly, some charming scenes flashed through her mind. Her whole body stiffened, and then she moved her legs as if she thought of something. She felt that the lower part of her body didn't feel sticky or dry, and it was refreshing as if it had been cleaned. And Lin Kuei helped her put on her clothes. As soon as she moved, Lin Kuei's leopard eyes opened. He looked up at her and said, "You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Chiu Lily stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly pushed him away and sat up. She jumped off the bed and awkwardly pointed at Lin Kuei. She wanted to scold him, but suddenly didn't know what to say. After all, she was the one who agreed to it. Thinking about it, she was a little angry at herself. In the end, she could only take back her hand and stare at him angrily. Seeing that she was angry, Lin Kuei immediately jumped off the bed and looked at her. What's wrong? Are you angry? Humph. Who told you to eat random things? Otherwise, how could this happen? After saying that, she turned and ran up the stairs, waved her hand, and blew up the exit with a fireball. Then she disappeared in a flash. Lily. Before Lin Kuei could react, Chiu Lily had already blown up the door and ran out. He hurriedly chased after her, but Chiu Lily was gone. He could only follow her breath. Lin Kuei knew that Chiu Lily might be emotional after waking up, but he didn't expect her to run away immediately. After a moment of daze, his body automatically reacted and chased after her. Although it was all his fault for eating the grass, he still felt that it was his fault. But he didn't expect the catnip to become an aphrodisiac in his body. But this should be a good discovery, right? Ahem. Compared to his sexual bliss, yes, it was good. But the drug was a little strong, but he really couldn't resist the smell of the catnip. It was like a heavy smoker who hadn't smoked for a long time, and suddenly smelled a cigarette. He couldn't help it at all. After being mesmerized by the smell, he put the catnip in his mouth and ate it for some reason. Fortunately, after eating it, he was inexplicably excited and his lower body was excited. He didn't lose his mind and do other things. But he felt a little guilty for confessing his love and coaxing Chiu Lily to accept him. So how could he let her run away angrily at this time? If she ran away, how could he chase after her? So, he couldn't let her run away now. However, Chiu Lily was a wind and fire elemental. Once she ran out, it would be difficult to catch her. Although Lin Kuei's speed was also very fast, there was a gap when one was flying in the sky while the other was chasing on the ground. Chiu li and out, Chiu Kuei li, Chiu and in Chiu ran. Chiu Lily calmed down after running far away, and then stopped at the top of a tall building in the city. She stood at the edge and looked at the direction of Lin Kuei's breath. She raised her hands and rubbed her cheeks. She couldn't believe that she did that with Lin Kuei. She couldn't believe that Lin Kuei did that to her. He could even do that to her underage body. Even if he was drugged, he was still conscious, but he didn't care about it. Or maybe he had this kind of juvenile fetish. That's not right. He said that he liked her. Furthermore, he seemed to allow her to stick to him. Whether it was stroking his hair or stroking his head, he didn't seem to resist at all. But she knew that Lin Kuei wouldn't let anyone else touch his head and fur except her and Lin Jing. But looking at him at that time, if she really didn't agree, Lin Kuei wouldn't force himself on her. Lin Kuei probably wouldn't force himself on her, but what if he really lost his mind in the end, just like what he said? What surprised her even more was that the catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back had such an effect. But was it only useful for Lin Kuei, or was it useful for all zombies? She felt that Lin Kuei became like an aphrodisiac. Fortunately, Lin Kuei liked her. Chiu Lily felt a little sweet when she thought that Lin Kuei confessed to her before doing that. Lily. Just as her mind was in a mess, Lin Kuei's Black Panther had already appeared on the side of the same building as her. But he didn't dare to get close, and just looked at her from a distance. Chiu Lily turned her head to look at him, and then immediately turned her back to him, not daring to look at him. She didn't know what expression she should use to face him. She was so shy just thinking about it. Lin Kuei stood on the side of the building, more than 10 meters away from Chiu Lily. He watched her put her long hair in front of her chest. He asked hesitantly, "Can I come over?" Chiu Lily didn't answer him, but said with her back to him, "Is there anything else? The effect of the drug has worn off." Lin Kuei said, "Of course I have something, but I want to make it clear to you face to face." Chiu Lily didn't say anything, and just stood there quietly. "Then I'll come over," Lin Kuei said tentatively, and then jumped onto the roof and slowly walked towards her. Chiu Lily felt him coming closer, so she turned to face him. "What else do you want to say?" Lin Kuei walked to her, and smelled his scent on her body. He wagged his long tail happily. "Are you still mad at me?" He looked up at her eyes and asked her. Chiu Lily shook her head. "I'm not." "Then why did you run?" "You scared me." Lin Kuei was speechless. "I'm just mad at myself. I actually listened to you." "Humph. You will take responsibility for me, right?" Chiu Lily said angrily, and then stared at Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei smiled, and the beard on both sides of his mouth was slanted. He lowered his head and rubbed her belly. "I will definitely take responsibility for you, unless you don't want me anymore. Even if you don't want me anymore, I don't want to let go of you." Chiu Lily pushed his head away, and said with some disbelief, "You men make it sound nice, but I don't know if you will have a change of heart in the future." "Humph." After saying that, she turned her head and looked to the other side, not wanting to look at him. Lin Kuei immediately turned to the other side, looked at her, and said, "That's impossible, I won't have a change of heart. I swear." With that, he sat down, and then raised a paw to his ear, looking at her like a lucky cat. Chapter 1255. Chiu Lily was amused by his cute look, then she said angrily, "Who knows what will happen in the future? Don't be too sure." Lin Kuei saw that acting cute didn't work, so he could only put down his claws. Then he moved closer to her and said, "I will only put you in my heart in the future. What do you want me to say to make you believe me? Besides, we are already like this. Do you still want to leave me?" Chiu Lily looked at him with a conflicted expression, but she had already begun to give up resisting. Lin Kuei hooked her hand with his furry tail and said, "Promise me, okay? Don't leave me, Lily." Just promise him." "Chiu Lily, aren't you usually very straightforward? Why are you so hesitant now?" "I'm getting anxious." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The two of them turned their heads and saw a head popping out from another building in the distance. Elmar looked at the two of them with a gloomy expression, as if the eunuch was anxious even though the emperor was not anxious. "You? When did you come?" After seeing Elmar, Chiu Lily was shocked and immediately blurted out. Lin Kuei turned around and sat next to Chiu Lily in the direction of Elmarch. He said, "Oh, she has been here for a while. Ah, can you sense me? I am invisible." Seeing Lin Kuei's calm reaction, Elmar looked at him in surprise. As long as she was invisible now, no one could sense her. Could it be that Lin Kuei had some special skills that could sense her presence? Maybe it's because we both have the same type of ability. I seem to be able to feel a little bit, but it's a little vague. Lin Kuei raised a paw and wiped his leopard face. Both of them were natural animals, like the intuition between animals. In fact, he wasn't sure who was hiding nearby, but he could vaguely feel it. After all, the other party didn't reveal any aggressive hostility, so he didn't bother. After all, his wife was more important now. Elmar moved closer to Chiu Lily and sniffed at her. Then, she pinched her nose and took a step back with a look of disgust. "Hey, your body is full of the smell of this black leopard. Speaking of which, you guys actually developed to this point. It's amazing." Then he continued, "Speaking of which, the two of you are already in such a relationship. Why are you still fighting?" Lin Kuei raised a paw and made a reporting gesture. "It's not me, it's her." After saying that, he pointed his claw at Chiu Lily. Chiu Lily angrily slapped his hand away, looked at Elmar and said, "This is our business. What are you doing here?" Elmar shrugged and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "It's obvious. They're here to watch the show. It's just that I'm anxious, so I came out to interrupt." Ha 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 ha. Actually, when she saw Chiu Lily's hesitant look just now, she didn't know what was bothering her. Therefore, in a moment of panic, he came out to cause trouble. Moreover, seeing that Lin Kuei was about to carry Chiu Lily home, she couldn't stand the sight of him. However, since he was serious and seemed to treat Chiu Lily well before, Zhang Heng couldn't help it. And Chiu Lily seemed to like being by his side, although Elmar was a little jealous. However, he had to admit that helping others achieve their goals was also a good thing. "I think you're here to cause trouble." Chiu Lily knew her personality very well, so she rolled her eyes. But after being interrupted by her, her nervous and chaotic mood slowly calmed down. Glancing at Lin Kuei who was sitting next to her, Chiu Lily felt very happy. At this time, Elmar asked again, "But I'm very curious. Lin Kuei, you've become a zombie. You can still feel it. If it wasn't for Lily's smell, I really can't believe what you guys did." Lin Kuei was a little embarrassed when she asked this kind of question so blatantly. Fortunately, he was now in the image of a Black Panther, so it wasn't very obvious. It was just that his eyes were a little drifting. "Ahem. What's wrong? Do you want to try it too? But I can't guarantee that it will work on you. After all, it only worked on felines before." But he still pretended to be calm and answered Elmar. "Felines?" Elmar didn't know about the catnip, so she was stunned and looked at the two of them with a puzzled look. But in the next second, she felt something was wrong. "Hey, no, bah. I don't need it." Chiu Lily looked at her. "Okay, are you done watching the show? Can we go now? We haven't finished talking about our business yet." Elmar looked at her and then looked at Lin Kuei. She said with a speechless expression, "Do you still want to say it? The result is already out, right? Look at how close you are now. I say, hurry back to see your parents." After saying that, she turned and flashed down the stairs and disappeared. Hearing her words, Chiu Lily turned back to look at Lin Kuei who was next to her. She saw that he was quietly next to her, but she didn't care about his existence as much as before. The two seemed to have returned to the previous state of sticking together, but now there was a more intimate relationship between them. Lin Kuei was a little concerned about Elmar's last sentence. He looked at Chiu Lily. "Although you have already seen my sister, I still want to reintroduce you to her as my girlfriend." Chiu Lily felt that her face seemed to be hot, but she didn't know if it was an illusion. She immediately turned her face away and said, "Isn't this too fast?" Lin Kuei's eyes lit up, then he squinted his leopard eyes, stroked his beard and smiled. "You agree? If you think it's too fast now, we can go in a few days." Chiu Lily immediately refuted him. "Hey, I haven't agreed yet." Lin Kuei squinted his leopard face and smiled, revealing his sharp teeth. "Then tell me, when can we go?" He directly ignored Chiu Lily's rebuttal. He knew that she was just shy, so he didn't take it seriously. Let me think about it first." Chiu Lily glared at him angrily, then turned around and leaped into the sky, flying back to the base. Lin Kuei looked at her disappearing figure, then jumped down from the roof and followed her back. Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue stayed in Huaxia for a night. The next day, people from Huaxia came to inform them to go to the reception hall to meet the leaders of the various bases. Even Sikong Qin, Lin Qiao, and Lan Lu, who had just met and fought with them not long ago, greeted them calmly. It was as if nothing had happened in the northwest. All three parties acted as if nothing had happened. Sikong Qin distributed a set of documents to the leaders of the various bases. He sat at the head of the table and said, "This is the information and research report on the underworld creatures that we've collected. Basically, we've presented everything we know." Lin Qiao and the others took the document and looked at it carefully. They found that the content was very detailed. Chapter 1256. On the information given by Huaxia, the appearance, body shape, strength, and attributes of those creatures were clearly written. He also wrote down the common characteristics and the impact of harm. However, he didn't write down what everyone really wanted to know. Why? China's research and technology has always been the most advanced among the major bases. Haven't you guys figured out a way to deal with these things? Wu Qingyue asked Xikong Chen with a smile after quickly looking through the documents. Xikong Chen looked at him expressionlessly and replied, "I also want to know the answer to this question, but even if there are many scientific researchers in my base, they still need some time. According to the current research progress, it's still a little more difficult." Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "Oh, really? Since you've already done the research, it's impossible that you don't have any ideas, right? I'm sure Leader Xikong already has some plans in mind, right?" Xikong Chen looked at him calmly and said, "I do have some plans, but I've already done experiments. There weren't any good results, so I gave up and wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Since Leader Wu said so, it seems that Leader Wu should have a good method, right? If I do, of course I don't mind sharing it with everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have this ability. Even Huaxia, with such good personnel and technology, can't think of it. How can I think of it?" Wu Qingyue still smiled calmly and spread out his hands. The first meeting was filled with probing, so they wouldn't get any useful information. However, since Huaxia had already taken out their research information, the major bases didn't hide it either. During the meeting, they also took out the information on the underground creatures that appeared in their respective areas. Basically, the information on the surface was similar to what they had collected themselves. "I think, since these things are coming out from the ground, why don't we send an expedition team to the underground to investigate? See what might be discovered that would be crucial. These things wouldn't come out for no reason, right? There must be a reason. If we can figure out the reason, can we think of a way to stop them from wreaking havoc on the surface?" Lan Lu looked at the pile of information on the underground creatures in his hands and suddenly said. Du Kuanqing clapped his hands and said, "That's right, I also have this idea. However, it won't be easy to choose who to send down. After all, we don't know what the situation underground is like." When Lin Qiao heard this, he said, "It's definitely dangerous. My deputy chief only went down for less than a kilometer and has already collapsed. Those who are weak don't need to go down, because they won't be of any use, and will even drag us down." Du Kuanqing nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. If we're going down, of course we should send some stronger people down. At the very least, everyone should have the ability to protect themselves." Although that was what they said, there were only so few people with real strength, and almost all of them were the leaders of their respective bases. Places like Haiqing, which had many people in charge, were fine. But places like Universal Life Base, Qingshan Base, Black Dragon Base, and Mongol Tribe only had 1 or 2 level 7 adepts. If they didn't go down, they wouldn't be able to send out strong people, and if they went down, they would lack a strong person to take charge of the situation. For such a dangerous mission, the person must be at least a level 6 arcanist. If a level 5 person went down and encountered a situation, they might not be able to do anything due to their lack of strength. It was even more likely to cause unnecessary trouble. So for such an important mission, it was impossible to only send people from one base. The major bases would send people to form an exploration team, and it would be more balanced. Wu Qingyue still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xikong Chen. "What does Leader Xikong think?" Xikong Chen nodded with a straight face. Of course I have no opinion. In that case, it will take a few days for the manpower to prepare, and the meeting can only wait for them to complete the mission before discussing further. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. That's the only way. I have no opinion. What do you all think? Lan Lu said aloud, his eyes sweeping across everyone's faces. I have no opinion, but we still need to consider the candidates to prepare the manpower. Du Kuanqing said. He did not have enough manpower. After all, he was the only level 7 arcanist in Black Dragon Base, and there weren't many level 6 arcanists. If he didn't go down, he could only send 2 level 6 arcanists. In terms of the strength of the base, Haiqing was slightly weaker than Huaxia, but it was much stronger than the other bases. Then let's do it this way, we will first choose a place to enter the cave. After 3 days, let the people you send go down from there, and see the results before making a decision. Xikong Chen suggested at this time. Everyone had no objections, they all nodded and said, no problem, but now we want to enter the underground cave. Do you all have a suitable location? Since everyone is going to send people together, why don't we first go in the central region? I know of a very deep cave at the northern border of Xiong province. Let's see if we can find anything at the bottom of the cave. Wu Qingyue's first suggestion was the central region. There was indeed a very big cave there, and the underground creatures that appeared were very large. If a large creature moved underground, it would definitely leave behind a wide passageway. So it would be more convenient for humans to go down. I have no opinion, let it be in the central region. Anyway, there are cave marks left by the underground creatures everywhere, it doesn't matter where we go down. Lan Lu expressed his agreement with Wu Qingyue's suggestion. Anyway, if everyone sent people to gather in the middle, it would be very fair. I have no opinion. Du Kuanqing nodded. Lin Qiao looked at Xikong Chen and smiled, I agree. Xikong Chen saw her look at him, then looked at the others. 3 people had already expressed their agreement, even if he wanted to object, not only would it be useless, it would also affect the others' attitude towards him. So he could only nod. Okay. Then everyone looked at the last level 7 arcanist, Bao Qingji of the Meng tribe base, waiting for his opinion. You all have agreed, how can I object? Of course I have no opinion. Bao Qingji saw everyone looking at him, he immediately smiled and said. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, since everyone has agreed, then I will mark the location and send it to you later. So everyone dismissed the meeting and went back to arrange their own people.
Chapter 1257. What's wrong? Has the plan changed again? After the meeting, Xia Longyun received the news and immediately came to find Xikong Chen. Xikong Chen sat at his desk with a paralyzed face and said calmly, if they want to go underground to scout, then let them go. Wu Qingyue and that woman will definitely go down. We'll change the plan. When the time comes, you just need to find an opportunity to make a move so they can't come up. Xikong Chen's consideration was that Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue were both level 8 ability users. Their 2 bases were almost one. So between the 2 level 8 ability users, one of them would definitely go down. This was to ensure the success rate of this mission. What? You want me to go down? I've already met that woman. She will only be wary of me. What can I do? Xia Longyun heard his arrangement and immediately frowned with some dissatisfaction. If that woman goes down, you just need to find an opportunity to explode the potion within 5 meters of her. It will be effective on her. With your ability, even if you don't get close to her, it shouldn't be difficult for you to throw something over. Xikong Chen looked at her calmly. His tone was calm, as if everything was in his control. After listening to his words, Xia Longyun fell into deep thought. She said, if it's like what you said, I can do it. Also, I will let Lu Jinan go down with you. With his cooperation, you should be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Sikong Chen put his hand on the table and tapped lightly. After thinking for a while, Xia Longyun nodded and said, "Okay then. I got it." At this time, someone came to the door. The person knocked on the door and walked in. "Oh, Beauty Xia is here too." Xia Longyun saw that she had finished talking with Sikong Chen, so she turned around and walked out. "I'm done. You guys do as you please." After the two of them watched her figure disappear outside the door, Wei Haichao handed over the newly obtained information to Sikong Chen. He said, "I found something in Haicheng." Sikong Chen took the information and asked, "What is it?" Haicheng currently doesn't have a situation where crops are grown, but they still provide fresh ingredients every day. He just didn't know where these fresh ingredients came from. However, according to my deductions, Ocean City has a close relationship with the Universal Life Base. Moreover, our people haven't been able to sneak into the Universal Life Base. I feel that this point is suspicious. There is some secret in this base that can change the situation of the land. Wei Haichao handed over the information to him and explained the situation. Could it be that the secret that Ocean City said could purify the land isn't their own, but something that only exists in this base? Sikong Chen looked at the information in his hand with a curious expression. Not only did the information state that the plantation base in Sea City was still in a state of being unable to grow, but it also stated the number of fresh dishes provided in the canteens in Sea City every day. It was even written that Sea City would receive a batch of supplies from the Universal Base every week. However, the contents of these materials had not been found out. Sea City was very secretive in this aspect. The intelligence on this base has always been difficult to obtain, and it seems to have a close relationship with Sea City. I feel that this woman's base is becoming more and more mysterious. Wei Haichao looked very interested in the Universal Life Base, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. Sikong Chen knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression and nodded. "Since you're so interested, then go and do it. While that woman doesn't have time to care about her base, take a few level 6 ability users to investigate." Perhaps there were very few level 6 ability users in other bases, but in Huaxia, there were a lot of them.
That was why Sikong Chen casually asked him to take out a few level 6 ability users. After all, he had spent a lot of resources to train a number of level 5 and 6 ability users for use. Understood. Wei Haichao nodded. On the other side, when Lin Qiao returned to her room, Wu Qingyue and Lan Lu followed her. She walked to the door and stopped, turned to look at the two behind her and asked, "What's the matter?" "Your room is over there." The two men looked at each other and turned to nod at her at the same time. Lin Qiao could only invite the two into the room and sit down. She looked at Lan Lu curiously and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of sending people down to investigate the situation? Did you find something on your side?" Wu Qingyue also turned to look at Lan Lu when he heard what she said. Lin Qiao might be right. Lan Lu must have found something, that's why he made this suggestion in front of everyone. "You're really not simple. You can actually guess what I found." Lan Lu smiled and looked at Lin Qiao, then reached into a hidden pocket of his coat and took out a piece of paper and handed it to the two of them. "What's the situation?" Wu Qingyue reached out and took a look. Lan Lu leaned on the chair and said, "I sent people down to investigate, but they didn't dare to go too deep. They did find something interesting." Before he finished, Wu Qingyue looked at the contents of the paper and said, "Underground space. Did your people go more than 3,000 meters down?" Lan Lu said, "The underground space is just my guess. My people didn't find that place. But from what they observed, it seems that there is indeed a world that we don't know about underground." Wu Qingyue looked down at the information on the paper again and said, "There is a strong airflow at such a depth of more than 3,000 meters. It seems that there is indeed a spacious place underground. But what are these plants?" Lan Lu said, yes, it's because of these strange plants that I can be sure that there is a very large space underground. But my men have collected too few of these plants, so we can't tell what it's like underground. Lin Qiao looked at him and asked in confusion, you didn't continue to send people down to investigate? Lan Lu's expression was somewhat heavy as he replied, my men were only halfway down when they encountered something very powerful blocking their way. Only 2 of the people who went down came back. You're saying that there is a space underground that we don't know about, and there are some monsters that are similar to the ones on the surface. Lin Qiao followed his information and came to this conclusion. No, the things underground are stronger than the ones on the surface. But there don't seem to be many of them, and if we encounter one, we won't be able to return. Lan Lu shook his head and explained. Number of individuals. Lin Qiao inexplicably thought of the big red cat. Although there was only one, its strength was not inferior to that of a level 7 mutated beast. It was also a very powerful existence, but it was a vegetarian, which was very puzzling. Chapter 1258. That's right. The 3 times my men encountered them underground, they were all alone, unlike the ones that appeared on the surface in a group. But even if it's just one, it's at least rank 7. Lan Lu nodded with a serious expression. His words made the other 2 look at each other, and their expressions also sank. They didn't expect to encounter rank 7 and above 3 times, and they didn't even encounter them in the deepest part of the underground. That meant that the deeper they went, the more powerful they might encounter. They might even encounter rank 8 or even rank 9 beasts. If they sent people down like this, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to return. It was too dangerous. So I think the people who are going down this time can't be lower than rank 6. Think about the candidates carefully. Even if you choose rank 6 beasts, it's best to choose someone with special life-saving skills. Lan Lu thought about it and gave them a suggestion. Lin Qiao thought about Yuan Tianqing's situation and suddenly said, in addition to powerful and aggressive exotic beasts, there might also be some natural traps such as poisonous gases or liquids. Wu Qingyue spread his hands and said, it's better to have at least one rank 8 ability user lead the team. But there are only 4 rank 8 ability users right now. Do you think there's any way for Xikong Qin to personally lead the team down? There were already 3 out of the 4 level 8 experts here, so it was impossible for Xikong Qin to personally go down. He wasn't such a stupid person, so he wouldn't let his base be placed in front of the other 3 without his supervision. Because no matter how you looked at the current situation, Lan Lu, Lin Qiao, and Wu Qingyue were on the same side. There were so many secrets in Huaxia, and if he didn't personally look after them, they might not be able to keep them. If he didn't personally look after them, they might not be able to keep them. He definitely won't go down no matter what. For him, the most important thing isn't the scouting mission, nor the discussion meeting after the mission ends. It's the plan he's plotting. Lin Qiao sneered and said what Xikong Qin was thinking. Lan Lu looked at her and asked curiously, do you know what he's plotting? Lin Qiao said to him, I think his plan is only targeted at me or Wu Qingyue. It has nothing to do with you guys for now. After meeting Xikong Qin today, even if Lin Qiao couldn't sense his true thoughts, he would still be able to sense it. But just from his gaze, she could feel that Xikong Qin had done something behind the scenes during this conference. Moreover, she could feel that the other party was coming for her or Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a smile and said, no matter what his plan is, we have nothing to fear. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. If Xikong Qin dared to make a move, then they would just have to wait and receive it. Lan Lu smiled and said, Great Leader Wu is very confident in dealing with Xikong Qin. Looks like you've already made some preparations. Wu Qingyue smiled back. Of course. Xikong Qin's intentions are too obvious. We still have some basic precautions. So, apart from the underground discovery, is there anything else, Leader Lon? That's all. Lon Lu was stunned when he heard the last sentence. Then, he realized that Wu Qingyue was chasing him away. After thinking for a bit, he said, but since Xikong Qin isn't willing to go down, then among the three of us, who do you think is the most suitable candidate? Blue Land wasn't a combat-type ability, and his psychic abilities might be useful for scouting underground. But compared to Lin Xiao, his ability was a bit weaker. Moreover, his body was relatively weak. If he encountered those creatures that were immune to abilities, even if he had spirit-type abilities, he wouldn't be able to attack them. Instead, he wouldn't even be able to run away. I'm a spirit type. You guys know that my skills are too weak. I probably won't be able to protect the entire team if I go down, so don't look at me. He spread his hands and said straightforwardly. Wu Qingyue looked at him and then at Lin Xiao. According to what he said, the three of them felt that Lin Xiao was the most suitable. Because she was a zombie and her ability was fire and poison. Also, she had space and a lot of protective abilities. If it was Wu Qingyue, his skills weren't weak, but the destructive power of the lightning element was too strong. If they weren't careful during the battle, they would be buried together with the underworld creatures. Lin Xiao saw the two men staring at him at the same time and said indifferently, I don't care. I also want to see if there is really a space that we can't imagine like you said. She really wanted to know what made these underground creatures come out of the ground. Hearing Lon Lu's words, Lin Xiao also felt that this underground space really existed. Otherwise, how could there be so many monsters? It seemed that the creatures that came out of the ground couldn't grow to such a scale in a short period of time. Lon Lu smiled, but Wu Qingyue showed a slightly conflicted expression. What? Are you worried about Miss Lu's safety? I think her self-protection skills are much better than yours, so the chances of her coming back alive are higher than the two of us. Lon Lu saw that Wu Qingyue's smile had faded, so he joked with him. From the big picture, exploring the underground situation and bringing back information was the most important thing. Therefore, as the leaders of two bases, Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao would usually think about the big picture. However, Wu Qingyue was a bit of a male chauvinist and felt that letting his woman go would make him unhappy. But Lon Lu was right, in fact, Lin Xiao was the most suitable person to go down. Thinking about it, if she didn't go down, then when he went down, she might have to face Xikong Chen's conspiracy, so it wouldn't be safe either. Lin Xiao was very confident in staying alive. After all, she had the zombie body and space as her trump cards. This body was many times more dangerous than a human's body, and it was also much stronger than a human's body. In addition, her skills and perception were even comparable to a peak level 8 metahuman. As long as she didn't face a level 9 mutated beast, she felt that nothing could kill her. Of course, there were still a lot of dangers. She didn't rule out the possibility that there might be some unknown things underground that might affect her zombie body. Seeing that Lin Xiao had already decided, Wu Qingyue could only let her go. He turned his head to look at Lon Lu and asked again, okay, is there anything else? Seeing that this was the second time he wanted to drive him away, Lon Lu looked at him and smiled meaningfully. But this time, he didn't continue to stay, stood up and walked out. Okay, then that's it for now. After saying that, he walked out. After seeing him leave, Wu Qingyue's mood slightly relaxed. He turned his head and was about to say something to Lin Xiao, but at this time, Duan Wan appeared at the door again. Ahem, although I'm sorry to disturb you now, there is new information from the base. But there is new information from the base. Duan Wan knocked on the door and looked at the two of them with a smile. Wu Qingyue. Chapter 1259. Seeing Wu Qingyue's darkened face, Duan walked in with a smile. News from the base. What's going on? Lin Qiao looked at her in confusion. Anything that could be sent from the all-life base at this time was definitely urgent information. Could it be that something happened in the base? Hearing Duan's words, Wu Qingyue could only sigh and sit down to listen to their conversation. Since Lin Qiao didn't chase him out, it meant that he could listen to their conversation. Good news. Wen is back. Duan smiled and said to Lin Qiao. Hearing this, Lin Qiao immediately revealed a happy expression. Oh. Really? How's her situation? Seems to be fine. I heard that her second ability has been successfully promoted. Also, her space has expanded a lot and she brought back a lot of good stuff. Look. Duan said as she pointed at the letter in her hand. There were some things that she couldn't say directly. Lin Qiao took a look. It would have been better if she didn't read it. She cried out in surprise and her eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Huh? No way. Is this true? The letter was written by Lin Feng. Not only did Lin Wen return safely, it also explained the reason why she disappeared. She also explained the reason why she disappeared, saying that she didn't run into her own space when she disappeared. Instead, she transmigrated back to 7 years ago. Lin Qiao was a little confused. Is this true or false? She still has this ability. Duan looked at her expression with interest and said with a smile, yes, otherwise how could she bring back so many things? And they are very important. The more Lin Qiao read, the more her expression changed. In the end, it became an expression of disbelief. In the letter, it said that Lin Wen disappeared 7 years ago and that she stayed in a peaceful society before the apocalypse for 3 months. Not only did she bring back a lot of resources that hadn't expired, but she also brought back 500 kilograms of fresh catnip and seeds. How did she know this? Seeing that Lin Wen brought back so many catnip, Lin Qiao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Don't forget what her new ability is. She probably saw something. Duan smiled. What did she bring back? Where has she been missing these days? After seeing her reaction, Wu Qingyue was very curious. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, she went to a place that you can't imagine. What place can't I think of? What did she bring to make you so excited? Wu Qingyue looked at her and asked with a smile. After Lin Qiao finished reading it, a black flame appeared on his hand and engulfed the piece of paper. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said, it's good stuff, but I don't know if it can be completed in 3 days and delivered to me. Wu Qingyue was confused by her words and didn't know what they were talking about. What Lin Qiao was thinking was that even if Lin Wen sent the non-infected catnip to Haiqing probably wouldn't be able to produce the special bullets immediately. After all, the catnip still needed to be broken down and tested for its power and effect. Even if they had 3 days to work non-stop, they still didn't have enough time. But it wasn't impossible. Hurry up and send someone back to ask Xiao Yunlong to speed up the production this time. If he can bring it back before I go down, I can try the effect of the actual combat. Lin Qiao looked at Wu Qingyue and said aloud. If the effect was good, then their action this time would be less hindered. Wu Qingyue looked at her blankly. Speed up the production this time. What is it? Let's talk somewhere else. Lin Qiao stood up and walked to Wu Qingyue's side, directly pulled him up, and then took him into the space. After Duan saw them disappear in the room, she sat quietly in the room and waited. Wu Qingyue was pulled into the space by Lin Qiao and appeared in the living room of the small building. Wu Yueling was sitting on the sofa playing with little Tingting. When she saw the two come in, she immediately cheered. Papa, Mama, do you have time to come in? Little Tingting was small, but his voice was the loudest. Daddy. Although Wu Yueling spoke, her voice was not loud. When Wu Qingyue saw the two children, his mood immediately became better. He went over to pick up little Tingting and sat beside Wu Yueling. He smiled and looked left and right at little Tingting, then right at Wu Yueling, and said, "You miss Daddy so soon." "I don't, but I'm happy to see you come in." Little Tingting shook his head and said with a smile. Lin Qiao glanced at them, then walked out of the door to take a look. She did not see Lu Tianyi in the crop fields in front of the building. She went to the back of the small building and saw that he was competing with the big ducks and geese again. She watched him grab a big white goose on his left and a big yellow duck on his right. He was pulling them apart, but the two fowls were flapping their wings and stretching their heads to bite each other. "Goose, goose, quack, quack, quack." Lu Tianyi stood there holding the two with a black face, and there were a few duck feathers and goose feathers stuck to his face and head. "Pfft, I say, what are you doing?" Lin Qiao looked at him amusedly. Lu Tianyi separated his hands and walked to the iron cage on one side. He threw one in, then walked to the iron cage on the other side and threw the other in. Then, he clapped his hands and took off the feathers on his face. "These two are male, and they don't like each other. I don't know why they can always open the iron gate and run together to fight," he said with a tired expression. Lin Qiao looked at him with a feather hanging on his ear and couldn't help but laugh. "Pfft. So you have to stop them from fighting often." Lu Tianyi raised his hand to touch the last feather on his ear and rolled his eyes at her. "What else? Let the two of them fly to the front and ruin my vegetable field." Lin Qiao was speechless and could only turn around to go back to the living room. She went to touch her son who was lying in Wu Qingyue's arms and said to him, "Your intuition is very accurate. Your Aunt Wenwen is back. And she brought back the medicine that should be able to cure Yuan Tianqing. If she remembered correctly, the catnip juice might be able to cure the destructive energy in Yuan Tianqing's body. She just didn't know how the effect would be, but she knew that the new catnip would be very powerful." "Ha! Really? Where did Aunt go?" Little Tingting looked at her in surprise, his big eyes shining with curiosity. Wu Qingyue also looked at her curiously. The expressions of the father and son were miraculously the same. Two pairs of eyes that looked similar stared at her. Lin Qiao's heart instantly felt like it was lightly brushed by a feather, and a strange and subtle feeling arose. It was slightly itchy, slightly warm, and slightly sweet. Chapter 1260. Lin Qiao walked over and sat on the sofa next to her. She went back 7 years, and she even brought back pure catnip. Wu Qingyue, Tingting, and Wu Yueling all stared at her with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" Wu Qingyue looked at her blankly, not understanding what she meant. Little Tingting and Wu Yueling were even more at a loss. Little Tingting thought that it was impossible, but Wu Yueling didn't quite understand what it meant to go back to 7 years ago. Wu Qingyue did understand what she meant, but that wasn't possible, right? So he looked at Lin Qiao in confusion. Lin Qiao spread his hands and said to him, "I don't know about her either, but Lin Feng said that she could only bring back a large amount of pure catnip 7 years ago. She has already sent a portion of the grass to High City. That's why I asked you to send someone to speed up the process and bring a few samples over for me to test." Wu Qingyue's willpower was still very strong. He quickly regained his composure, but his eyes were still flickering as he looked at Lin Qiao. "So you're saying that she's gone back to the past?" He looked at her doubtfully. Lin Qiao believed that he wouldn't tell anyone about this, so she told him directly. Seeing that he still didn't believe it, but he had no choice but to believe it, he laughed and said, "What? You don't believe me?" "That's true, this kind of thing is really hard to believe. But catnip, just send someone back and you'll get the news immediately." Wu Qingyue looked at her for a long time before he nodded. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I can't accept it. But with a precedent like you, your sister's situation might be true. Lin Qiao was stunned when she heard that. Then, she suddenly thought, oh right, she was reborn in someone else's body. Although he didn't know what her reason was, since Lin Wenwen had the ability to predict the future, it wasn't impossible for him to travel back. She had actually forgotten about her own situation for a moment. It seemed that she had already gotten used to Lu Tianyu's body. Little Ting Ting looked at Lin Qiao with a look of sudden realization. He opened his mouth slightly and said, oh. So, did little Aunt go back to the past? So powerful. No wonder I felt that nothing would happen to her. She just crossed over. But she could actually bring something back from there. It turns out that her space can be used over there. This skill was great. To be able to bring something from 7 years ago into the future, that was amazing. It's hard to imagine that she was in such a situation. It seemed that not only could she use her space, but she could also use her foresight ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought catnip back, Lin Qiao said. Oh, I see. I'll ask Li Qing to send someone to inform the base later. Wu Qingyue nodded. Just as Lin Qiao reached the catnip, she suddenly thought of something. She squinted her eyes to sense the outside and found that Duanwan had not left. He immediately stood up and disappeared in front of Wu Qingyue, his father and daughter. Wu Qingyue and Little Tingting were confused by her actions. They didn't know why she suddenly went out without saying a word. After Lin Qiao came out, he immediately asked Duanwan, did Lin Feng send the things over? Seeing her come out, Duanwan smiled and stood up. He nodded to her and said, That's right. With that said, she raised her hand and handed her a bag of catnip that was simply wrapped in a shopping bag. In fact, she had been carrying it when she came in, but Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue didn't notice. As expected, Lin Qiao happily took it and then disappeared in front of Duanwan. After Duanwan gave the things to her, she turned around and left Lin Qiao's house. Wu Qingyue and Little Tingting happened to see Lin Qiao suddenly disappear, but she came back after a while. She was also carrying a bag in her hand. They didn't know what was in the bag. What is it? Seeing Lin Qiao come back, Wu Qingyue noticed the bag in her hand. The thing to save Yuan Tianqing. Lin Qiao said as she put down the bag, then opened it and took out the catnip inside. Then, she found a bowl and poured some water into it. She directly crushed the catnip in her hand into the bowl, stirred it a few times, and put it on the table. Then, she turned around and walked out of the living room. What is she going to do? Wu Qingyue looked at the bowl that Lin Qiao put on the table, then looked at her back. What else can she do? Didn't Mommy just say that this is the thing to save Uncle Yuan? Now, of course, she is going to get Uncle Yuan out of the lake. Little Tingting said as he rolled his eyes at his father. Wu Qingyue then remembered that Lin Qiao had put Yuan Tianqing in her own spatial lake to suppress him. Tianny, help me prepare a bathrobe or a big bath towel. After Lin Qiao came out, she suddenly said to Lu Tianny, who happened to pass by. After arriving at the lake, she waved her black fog, took off her clothes, and jumped into the water. Lu Tianny stopped and looked at Lin Qiao's figure in the lake. He could only helplessly turn around and go into the building to prepare a bathrobe for her. After a while, Lin Qiao brought Yuan Tianqing out of the black fog and threw the naked Yuan Tianqing out of the black fog to Lu Tianny, who was already waiting by the lake. Lu Tianny calmly took the bathrobe and rolled Yuan Tianqing up. Then she carried him in a princess carry and walked towards the small building. After Lin Qiao came in with her clothes on, she saw that Yuan Tianqing was already lying on the long sofa. Lu Tianyi stood by the side with little Tingting in his arms. Wu Qingyue crossed his arms and stared at Yuan Tianqing silently. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling was glued to his leg, staring fearfully at Yuan Tianqing, whose entire body had turned purple. After all, Yuan Tianqing's current appearance was indeed a little scary. Wu Qingyue looked at Yuan Tianqing and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He looked at Lin Qiao with some dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, you lecherous person, when will you stop taking off your clothes? Or when will you be able to use the energy in the lake on the shore? It's not good to always take off, like this, isn't it? Lin Qiao calmly glanced at him. Still not used to it. I don't mind, why would you mind? Of course I mind, okay. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared as he looked at her expressionlessly. How could he not mind? Although he knew about her condition before, he could still persuade himself not to mind it too much until he saw it. However, when he saw her bring the naked Yuan Tianqing out of the water, he thought about how Lin Qiao was also naked. Although he knew that this was just an objective reason, he still minded it a lot. Besides, with her strange treatment method, it was normal for him to mind other people touching her body. He thought about how the body of the woman he liked was seen and even touched by others. He felt uncomfortable. Extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 1261. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly and picked up the bowl of medicine that she had just crushed the catnip to make. After the catnip was crushed by Lin Qiao, a lot of juice was dissolved in the water, so this half a bowl of water already contained a large amount of pure catnip juice. She brought the bowl to Yuan Tianqing and began to pour the medicine into Yuan Tianqing seriously while answering Wu Qingyue's question, "What can I do about it?" It's an unavoidable factor. As soon as you enter the water, the clothes on your body will automatically disintegrate and disappear. There's nothing I can do to stop it. She slowly poured the dregs of the medicine into Yuan Tianqing's mouth. After that, Lin Qiao began to stare at the changes in Yuan Tianqing's body with narrowed eyes. Wu Qingyue was speechless when he heard her words and could only shut his mouth and look at her gloomily. Lu Tianyi and the two children's gazes were on Yuan Tianqing's body like Lin Qiao, especially little Tingting's two bright eyes, which were staring thoughtfully at Yuan Tianqing's chest. At this time, Yuan Tianqing was suppressed by the energy in the lake by Lin Qiao, but the purple color on his body was strangely emitting a faint green light. It was a very faint layer of green halo, but now this green halo was slowly being diluted by the purple destructive energy. Lin Qiao knew that this was because he stayed at the bottom of the lake for a long time, and a small part of the lake's energy was left in his body. Now that he left the lake, without the suppression of the entire lake's energy, the destructive energy in his body immediately began to counterattack, causing the green energy to gradually fade. Now that Lin Qiao had poured the catnip into his mouth, another rich green energy began to emerge from his stomach, and then it began to compete with the purple energy around him. This energy was hundreds of times richer than the catnip juice that Lin Qiao got from Ling Xiantong last time. After competing with the purple energy in his body, there was immediately an obvious effect. Hey! It works! Lin Qiao's face revealed a joyful expression, and his eyes lit up slightly. Little Tingting also nodded at this time. Yes, it works. Lin Qiao heard him and turned to look at him, then asked him with some doubt, "Hey, little Tingting, you can see it too?" Little Tingting shook his head at her. "Oh. I can't see it, but I can smell it. My nose is very powerful. Furthermore, by smelling the changes in the aura, I can tell how strong it is." Lin Qiao, Wu Qingyue, and even Lu Tianyi looked at him in amazement, as if they were looking at a treasure. "Little Tingting, you have this skill. You're amazing." Lu Tianyi pinched his soft little face. Lin Qiao lowered his head and continued to observe Yuan Tianqing's condition. The green energy in his body was slowly expanding, and this time, the green energy and the purple energy were devouring each other. Both sides consumed and decreased at the same time. Little Tingting slapped away Lu Tiany's hand that was messing with his face, then patted him on the shoulder and pointed at Yuan Tianqing. "Little uncle, carry me over to touch Uncle Yuan." "What?" Lu Tiany asked him curiously. Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue also looked at Little Tingting's face. "Don't ask first, hurry up and carry me over." Ting Ting ignored him and patted his shoulder again. Lu Tiany could only suppress his curiosity and carry him over to see what he was going to do. After being carried to Yuan Tianqing's side by Lu Tiany, Little Ting Ting stretched out his hand and placed it on the skin of Yuan Tianqing's arm. After feeling it for a while, he retracted his hand and crossed his hands in front of his chest. "I don't think this bowl is enough, but we can't continue feeding him the medicine now. We can only wait until the effect of the medicine wears off before feeding him again. Looks like we'll have to feed him the pure catnip medicine a few more times." Lin Qiao looked at the energy situation in Yuan Tianqing's body for a while and estimated the consumption of the medicine. Based on the current speed, it would only be able to offset a quarter of the purple energy in Yuan Tianqing's body by the time it was used up. So, Little Ting Ting was right. They would have to feed him the catnip medicine a few more times. "It's okay, as long as it works. It doesn't matter how many times." Lin Qiao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Little Ting Ting. After knowing that Yuan Tianqing's situation could be saved, Lin Qiao finally felt relieved. Wu Qingyue looked at her expression and knew that she not only had to worry about Lin Wenwen's situation, but she also had to worry about Yuan Tianqing's injury. On one hand, she had to pay attention to the overall situation outside the base, and on the other hand, she had to deal with Xikong Chen's schemes. However, seeing that she was so concerned about another man, Wu Qingyue felt more and more depressed in his heart. Why had he never seen her care for him so much? "Okay, Tiany, take Yuan Tianqing to the building next door and find a room for him to lie in." After confirming Yuan Tianqing's condition, Lin Qiao immediately threw him to Lu Tiany. Lu Tiany placed Ting Ting in her arms and carried Yuan Tianqing in a princess carry. After walking out of the living room, he walked towards the building next door. Lin Qiao looked at the remaining catnip in the bag with Little Ting Ting in her arms and revealed a slightly thoughtful expression. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Seeing Lin Qiao's expression, Wu Qingyue couldn't help but ask her. "I'm thinking that this catnip might not be enough. I have to go out and ask Duan Wan to get some more." Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and put Little Ting Ting next to her. "Who are you going to bring down with you?" Wu Qingyue sat on the single-seater sofa next to her, reached out and pulled Little Ting Ting to his legs and patted her hair. "I'll bring the people who came with me this time. The strong ones can come with me to make up the numbers, and the weak ones can just stay in the space," Lin Qiao said after some thought. Although it was dangerous underground, the people she brought were all level 5 or 6. Moreover, the humans here were all very weak, and there were even level 3 or 4 abilities. Therefore, the weak ones could only be stored in the space first, and the strong ones could go down with them. There's one problem that I feel is a bit strange. People usually don't bring people in if they have the space. Don't normal people like to hide things? Moreover, there are so many secrets in this space. Aren't you afraid of exposing something? Wu Qingyue suddenly wanted to know what she was thinking. Although he could understand why she was confident that she wouldn't make a mistake, but what if she did? Lin Qiao shrugged and said, "Why do I have to hide things? If this space is used as a storage space, I'm more willing to use it as a weapon. Moreover, in this space, I can control everyone's life and death, and I can know everyone's thoughts. Those who covet my space are already dead. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, although there are very few spatial abilities, they aren't rare, right? What's there to hide? Moreover, I originally planned to build a zombie army in this space. Wherever I go, I can bring a zombie army with me. Isn't that a very confident thing? Chapter 1262. Lin Qiao understood what Wu Qingyue was trying to say. Normally, some people would be too cautious and not let others know that they had a space ability. After all, as long as there was a space, other people would start to covet the things inside, no matter how many things there were inside. But for others, it was a tempting trigger to commit a crime. But Lin Qiao didn't think so at all. She just wanted to make better use of this space. Since she was going to use it as a weapon, a storage cabinet, or a cultivation base, she couldn't hide it forever. It was better to make good use of it. Besides, even if the people who entered her space were stronger than her, she could still kill them. What was there for her to worry about? This space was completely under her control. If someone wanted to get the things in her space, she would be able to feel it when the other party understood the value of her space. Her ability to sense people's hearts wasn't just sitting around and not using it. So, although she wasn't worried about Wu Qingyue's thoughts, she was still on guard. Even though she was much stronger now, not everyone could enter her space. And the people she brought into the space before were also people she looked at. Anyway, if they weren't people she wanted to kill, then they would be people she saved. Your idea is very strange, but you're the only one who dares to think like this. After all, your space is very special. If others knew that you could grow things in your space, they would probably want to control you, Wu Qingyue said after some thought. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. What does it matter? I brought people in because I looked at the people, okay? I'm not stupid enough to let just anyone in. There were probably 3 types of people she let in. One was to be killed, one was to be completely trusted, and the last was to be used by her. Wu Qingyue thought about it and felt that his question was a bit redundant. At this time, Lin Qiao stood up and looked at him. Okay, is it about time for you to go out? Wu Qingyue looked at the time and nodded. Yes. Then he said to the 2 children, you 2 stay here and don't cause trouble for others. The 2 children nodded in unison. Okay. Little Ting Ting tilted his head. We've always been good. Yes, yes, yes. You 2 have always been the best. Okay, your uncle will be here in a moment. We'll go out first. We still have something to do. Lin Qiao picked up Ting Ting and kissed him on the cheek. Then, she put him back on the sofa and stood up. Wu Qingyue also stood up and walked to the open space outside the coffee table, waiting for Lin Qiao to come over and take him out. After Lin Qiao brought him out, the 2 of them immediately split up to deal with their own matters. Wu Qingyue asked Xiao Liqing to send someone back to hasten the production of the new weapons, while Lin Qiao secretly released Xie Dong and asked him to go back and bring more catnip. Then, when the time came, he went underground to explore. With the catnip that Lin Wenwen brought back and the weapons made by Sea City, they didn't have to worry too much about dealing with the underground creatures. And it didn't take long for Meng Yu to bring news to the person Lin Wenwen asked Xiao Yunlong to send someone to find in Sea City. These people are the important managers of Sea City's top corpse hunting group. Do you know them? Meng Yu said to Lin Wenwen after giving her the information of these people. Lin Wenwen looked at their corpse hunting group, which had about 1,000 people. It was a 5-star corpse hunting group in Sea City. In particular, the people that Lin Qiao asked her to investigate, although they didn't have any positions in the base, each of them had a very high contribution value. As high as tens of thousands of points, it was difficult for others to accumulate. They have always been unwilling to officially join the official staff of Sea City base, and even more unwilling to join the army. I feel like they are waiting for someone. Mengyu said to her with some confusion and uncertainty. Waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Lin Wenwen looked at her with some confusion. When she came back, the end of the world had just arrived, and Dong Xinxin and the others were already very well prepared. After the base in Sea City was established, they could quickly enter the core. Lin Wenwen curiously looked at the information that Mengyu gave her and asked, if I remember correctly, they should be the first batch to join Sea City base. After these 7 years, they should be able to live a good life in Sea City. Mengyu sat on the chair and smiled. They are indeed living very well now, but they are unwilling to join our base. Especially this Dong Xinxin, this little girl is very mysterious. On the surface, the leaders of the corpse hunting group are these 3 men, but they seem to attach great importance to Dong Xinxin's opinion. As long as she is opposed to something, they will not do it. Even if there is a great temptation, they will not. When Lin Wenwen heard her mention Dong Xinxin's name, he just smiled. At this time, Mengyu revealed a puzzled expression and said, if I didn't pay attention, I wouldn't know. This time, I also found some strange things about them. They seem to have lived too smoothly for the past 7 years. Everyone who had experienced these 7 years of the end of the world, there was no one who didn't experience hardships to survive. Even those with great power and status, before the establishment of the base, were in a difficult situation. Lin Wenwen said, maybe they have some special skills. Maybe they have some strange people with special powers following them. This Dong Xinxin and Dong Lijia were children of a very rich family before the end of the world. Maybe their family knows someone with special skills. Of course, she would not tell Mengyu that Dong Xinxin had experienced 7 years of rebirth, so she found a reason to divert her attention. That's true. But why do you suddenly want to find these people? What's the matter? Mengyu was just asking out of curiosity. That was because Lin Wenwen must have had something to discuss with these people. Lin Wenwen nodded, yes, there is something. Mengyu stood up, well, since you have something to find them, I won't continue to disturb you. Thank you for helping me find information about them. Lin Wenwen also smiled and sent her out of the door, thanking her. After sending Mengyu off, Lin Wenwen immediately went to the address given by Mengyu. After arriving at a high-class residential area in Area A, he showed the pass given by Mengyu. Lin Wenwen took Jiang Ainen, Qin Yu, and the others directly to the location of Dong Xinxin's house. There were people guarding outside the door of Dong Xinxin's house. After seeing Lin Wenwen and the others appear, they politely stopped her. Hello, who are you looking for? Lin Wenwen smiled and said, I am looking for Dong Xinxin. Chapter 1263. The 2 men guarding the corridor sized up Lin Wenwen and then glanced at Jiang Ainen and Qin Yu behind her. Then they looked back at Lin Wenwen and asked, who are you? Why are you looking for Xinxin? Lin Wenwen saw the alertness in their eyes and the intimate way he addressed Dong Xinxin. She continued to say to him with a smile, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to tell her that a person named Xiaowen can come to her. A person called Xiaowen can come and find her. I believe she will be very willing to see me. Hearing her words, the 2 men turned their heads and looked at each other. Then they turned their heads and looked at Lin Wenwen doubtfully for 3 seconds. Then one of them nodded and said, wait a minute. After that, he turned around and walked inside. He stopped in front of a closed door and knocked. Soon the door was opened. Lin Wenwen could hear the conversation between him and the person in the room. A woman named Xiaowen wants to see Xinxin, the man said to the person in the room. Xiaowen. Ah. Where is she? A young man's voice came from the room. At first, he said Xiaowen in confusion. Then he suddenly asked in surprise and eagerness. The man who went to report took a step back and pointed to Lin Wenwen. She's at the top of the stairs. Then, Lin Wenwen saw a head poking out from the door. She looked at it and recognized it. That head was sticking out. Compared with the handsome face of 7 years ago, it was unbearable to look at it directly. His sunny and handsome face looked as if he had been suntanned in Africa for several years. Now it was as dark as a piece of carbon. With a moon on his forehead, he might be the reincarnation of Justice Bao. But fortunately, his eyes were full of spirit and his facial features were perfect. If one were to ignore the fact that his skin was 80% darker, he was still a handsome guy. He stared at Lin Wenwen curiously with his bright eyes and asked the man outside the door, "Hey, which one of the 3 women is?" The man outside the door put down his hand and said, "The one in front." Then Luo Yuanjuan's eyes stopped moving from Lin Wenwen, Jiang Anan and Qin Yu to Lin Wenwen's face. "Pfft, second young master Luo, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've turned into an African. Isn't this black and yellow race changing a little too fast?" Without waiting for the other party to speak, Lin Wenwen couldn't help but laugh and said first. Luo Yuanjuan's face stiffened at the teasing in her words. Then, his face darkened. His expression darkened, and the color of his face darkened. It was even darker now. Luo Yuanjun had been very excited, but he was struck down by her as soon as they met. After feeling depressed for 2 seconds, he immediately said unhappily, "What do you mean by a few days? It's been 7 years, okay? When do you think you met us?" Fortunately, he understood the meaning behind Lin Wenwen's words and knew what she was talking about. Her tone was like this secret signal, which made Luo Yuanjun sure that she was the person who had appeared in Dong Xinxin's body 7 years ago. However, apart from him and Lin Wenwen, no one else understood what he was saying. After Luo Yuanjun finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Lin Wenwen's face in confusion. Wait a minute, I seem to have seen your face somewhere before. She's Lin Wenwen from the Universal Base. She used to be the sister of the leader of the Pluto base. At this moment, a calm and steady male voice rang out behind him. Lin Wenwen also recognized the voice, but she still felt that it seemed to be a little more mature. A tall man with a stern face appeared behind Luo Yuanjun, and a pair of calm eyes looked straight at Lin Wenwen. His temperament was even colder than before, and the expression on his face was like the Antarctic glacier. His gaze seemed calm, but it was actually very sharp. Lin Wenwen couldn't help but feel a wave of pressure rising in her heart when she was stared at by him, but this man's gaze didn't cause her much psychological pressure. She directly ignored it. She calmly spread out a hand and asked, "So what? Can you invite me in to sit?" Deng Chenfei's cold gaze swept over the subordinate standing in front of Lin Wenwen, and the subordinate immediately took a step to the side, making way for Lin Wenwen and the others. "You guys wait for me here first." Lin Wenwen turned back to look at Sun Lunan and the others, then walked over with Jiang Anan and Qin Yu. Sun Lunan and Do Yunfan led the others to look at Deng Chenfei's people, then each found a corner and waited. After Deng Chenfei glanced at the subordinate beside Lin Wenwen, he immediately turned around and went into the house. Luo Yuanjun made a gesture to the person who had come to deliver the message, and asked him to return to his original position. He then stood by the door and began to size up Lin Wenwen. "So it's you. But you've changed a lot since you were in the Pluto base. I was wondering why you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember who you were," Luo Yuanjun said after sizing up Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen and the others walked in front of him, looked at him, and didn't say a word. They directly turned into the door and looked at the people in the hall. Other than Deng Chenfei, there were also a pair of siblings, one tall and one short. Both of them had a kind of fresh curiosity mixed with a complicated expression of, "So it's her." Dong Xinxin looked the same as before Lin Wenwen left, nothing had changed. Apart from the fact that his aura was much more reserved, he didn't grow much taller. And he had cut his hair short, just like Lin Wenwen. Dong Lijia's face became more chiseled, and he was a few times more mature than when he was 20 years old. His temperament also changed a little. His originally gentle and handsome face now had a fake smile on it, and his eyes were squinting. Lin Wenwen looked at him speechlessly. Dong Lijia, do you dare to squint your eyes? You have a pair of big eyes, why are you smiling like a fool? Dong Lijia, pfft. Dong Xinxin didn't give him any face and burst out laughing. Luo Yuanjun laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, right? Right. I've said that I'm not the only one who thinks that your smile is stupid. Dong Lijia, who was stabbed a second time, can't you show some love? We haven't seen each other for 7 years, and now you want to stab me as soon as you see me. What do you mean? Dong Lijia's cunning face finally disappeared, and he looked at Lin Wenwen gloomily. Lin Wenwen didn't let Jiang An in and Qin Yu in, and they stood guard at the door. After Lin Wenwen came in, Luo Yuanjun closed the door behind him. So the two girls at the door didn't hear their conversation. She's deeply in love with me. Luckily, I'm not familiar with her, so she only stabbed me once outside. Luo Yuanjun looked at the scene in front of him with inexplicable joy. After all, Lin Wenwen had only said that he had become an African. Chapter 1264. Dong Xinxin stared at Lin Wenwen's face for a few seconds, before sighing, so you're actually quite pretty. But why didn't you tell us your full name? That way, they could have helped her after the apocalypse, and wouldn't have let her sister, who was the leader, be unprepared, and lose the entire base and her life. With her reminder, the other three immediately stared at Lin Wenwen's face a few more times. This was because they were thinking about who Little One was, and after seeing her, they realized that she looked somewhat familiar. Their first impression was of her identity, and they didn't pay much attention to how pretty Lin Wenwen was. Now that Dong Xinxin mentioned it, the three of them finally noticed. Although they had seen pictures of her before, they didn't expect her to be even prettier in real life. It was just that her temperament had changed a lot, and it wasn't like the Lin Wenwen they knew. She was very similar to the little one they knew 7 years ago. Lin Wenwen also looked at Dong Xinxin's body, and then nodded, and, not bad. At least the size that I helped you didn't change back. After saying that, she consciously walked to an empty spot on the sofa and sat down, before answering Dong Xinxin's question. I know what you want to say. You want to say that if you knew my identity, you might have been able to help me, or should I say my sister, for these 7 years. But when I was in your body, I didn't want to change the current situation. If you had gone to help me before I met you, then my family and I would not have ended up the same way they did before. Even though my sister wouldn't die like this, there probably wouldn't be a base like this. Although my sister wouldn't die, it was her death that made me who I am now. More importantly, her sister had come back to life. Not only did she rebuild a base, her strength was also several times stronger than before. Compared to a year ago when she was still alive, her sister's strength had increased by at least 3 times. Moreover, she was now a zombie emperor, and had an immortal body. If Dong Xinxin and the rest had changed her own experience, then her sister wouldn't have the strength she had now. Moreover, there was the second outbreak of the virus, and her mother had become a zombie. If her sister hadn't become a zombie, there wouldn't have been that space, there wouldn't have been that lake. Then their mother could only helplessly turn into a zombie in front of them, and then be killed. Although her sister was living under another identity, she didn't abandon her family. That was enough. There was no need to make any special changes. Dong Xinxin looked at her and saw that she didn't look sad because she lost her big sister. Unable to understand her thoughts, he looked at Lin Wenwen with confusion in his eyes. But, you lost your elder sister. Don't you regret it? When Lin Wenwen heard her question, he knew that he was genuinely concerned about her. However, she couldn't reveal Lin Qiao's current situation. She could only say ambiguously, there are some things that can't be changed in advance. It's what you want. Maybe it will be worse. If Lin Qiao hadn't been reborn as Lu Tianyu, she would have definitely done something 7 years ago. But her sister was still alive, and she was living a better life than before. She didn't need to do anything to change the current situation. Dong Xinxin and the others looked at each other in confusion. They didn't understand what Lin Wenwen meant. However, seeing that she didn't seem to regret it at all, they could only stop asking her. However, Lin Wenwen's current appearance was indeed changed after the death of the leader of Hades. She was no longer the arrogant young lady she used to be. She became more like a doomsday person. Even if she cut off her long hair, she was still beautiful. Dong Xinxin sat next to her and looked at her, saying, "On the day of the doomsday, I woke up and found that you had disappeared. My small space also disappeared. After I couldn't feel your aura at all, I guessed that you might have come back directly. So we have been waiting for the past 7 years. I felt that if you came back, you would definitely come to us." Lin Wenwen nodded in understanding. "No wonder you didn't plan to join High City. It turns out that you were really waiting for me. But isn't High City good? Why don't you just live here?" This was something she couldn't understand. Dong Xinxin had already prepared everything at that time. The resources they had collected could last them for many years, even if they built a small base of their own. If they handed over some of these materials to High City, their status in High City would be different. Why did they wait for her? Besides, she didn't reveal much about herself at that time, but they still decided to wait 7 years before making a decision. Why was that? Dong Xinxin's expression became a little strange. She looked at Dong Lijia, who had regained his smile. Then she looked at Lin Wenwen and said, Actually, I feel that it should have something to do with you. At that time, I indeed planned to bring everyone to stay in High City. But when I was preparing to join, I suddenly had a feeling that this wasn't the most ideal place to live in. After having this premonition, I thought about it for a few days before deciding to give up on High City. Then, I waited for you to appear before making a decision. Lin Wenwen looked at her with some surprise. "No way. You also awakened a foresight ability." "Right, your current ability should still be controlling time and space, right?" It seemed that Dong Xinxin had also awakened a foresight ability. But why did she feel that she had to wait for him to appear before making a decision? Could it be that something was going to happen in High City? Dong Xinxin shook her head. "It's not a foresight ability. It's just a very sensitive intuition. It's like an animal's intuition for danger. I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, I don't have this feeling for other things." Lin Wenwen roughly understood what she meant and nodded. Then she turned her head to look at the other 3 people. She couldn't help but look back at Dong Xinxin and ask, "Forget about Deng Chunfei, he didn't change much. But what's the matter with your brother and Luo Yuanjun? No matter how strong the sun is in the apocalypse, it's impossible to make him look like Mr. Bao, right?" Seeing her confused expression, Dong Xinxin's delicate face smiled, revealing 2 small dimples. He said, "Oh, maybe it has something to do with his ability." "Can you guess what ability he awakened?" Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun blankly and asked, "It's the first time I've heard of an ability that can change a person's skin color. I thought he deliberately tanned himself like that. I'm not stupid. Why would I tan myself like Mr. Bao?" Hearing that Lin Wenwen thought that he had tanned himself, Luo Yuanjun immediately protested with dissatisfaction. Lin Wenwen looked at him and said bluntly, "It's very likely. Maybe there was something wrong with your brain when the apocalypse came." Then she shrugged and looked at Luo Yuanjun. Luo Yuanjun. There's no way to talk. Chapter 1265. Him. Because his special ability is of the fire element. But his special ability is different from normal fire abilities. His special ability can absorb the energy of the sun. The temperature of his special ability is thousands of times higher than normal flames, Dong Lijia explained. The special ability of fire can make his skin so dark. Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun with curiosity. Even when he doesn't use his special ability, his body will absorb the energy of the sun after it has been transformed by the special ability. Even the skin under his clothes is dark, Dong Lijia said with a smile. Lin Wenwen looked at Luo Yuanjun for a while, and the novelty soon passed. Anyway, humans nowadays would awaken all kinds of special abilities, and it was normal for the body to have some changes. Then she turned to look at Dong Lijia and asked, "Is it because of your special ability that you can't even open your eyes?" Pfft, he's not. His personality has changed. Do you think he's still the fresh and tender young man from 7 years ago? Dong Xinxin couldn't help but laugh when he heard Lin Wenwen's words and said. Lin Wenwen looked at Dong Lijia's clothes. Now in the room, apart from her, the tall and strong Deng Chunfei was also wearing camouflage clothes. Dong Lijia was wearing a white casual suit and a light brown slim-fit sweater under the jacket. He looked elegant and handsome, but his smile was like a fox's mask, and people couldn't understand his eyes and thoughts. He was quiet and elegant, but he still gave people a feeling that they couldn't get close to him. It could be said that he was dangerous now. Lin Wenwen stared at him, but she didn't see any scenes. She couldn't predict what would happen to him in the future. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at Deng Chunfei. She remembered that before she came back, she saw an image of Deng Chunfei and Lin Feng together, and her brother looked very anxious at that time. Thinking that it was about Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen focused her attention on her eyes. She looked at Deng Chunfei and narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, her vision blurred. An image quickly appeared. Deng Chunfei seemed to be walking in a huge factory. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the place he was at exploded into a sea of fire. Following that, a large group of ferocious and terrifying creatures emerged from the sea of fire and rushed towards Deng Chunfei. Deng Chunfei could only turn around and find a way to escape. Soon, he rushed out of that place. When he got outside, he was met with even more of those creatures. At this time, Lin Wenwen suddenly noticed that in another place not far from Deng Chunfei, there were several people surrounded by a large group of ferocious-looking monsters. However, those monsters seemed to be blocked by something and did not touch those people. And among those people, there was one that she was very familiar with. That was her sister-in-law, Qing Wangxue. At that time, she couldn't move freely because her hands were tied behind her back. The people around her were all wearing masks, so it was impossible to tell who they were. The image suddenly disappeared at this point. Little one. Little one. Dong Lijia's voice suddenly rang in Lin Wenwen's ears as he jolted awake. Lin Wenwen subconsciously turned his head to look at him. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. She immediately turned to look at Deng Chunfei again. Everyone else looked at her in confusion, including Deng Chunfei, who was being stared at by her. But this time, after staring for more than 10 seconds, she still couldn't see anything. Dong Lijia finally couldn't help but look at Dong Xinxin and ask, "What is she looking at?" Dong Xinxin shook his head. Dong Lijia thought for a moment and suddenly said to Lin Wenwen with a strange smile, "Don't look at her anymore. She likes my sister." Dong Xinxin, Lin Wenwen, and Deng Chunfei instantly turned their heads and looked at him in silence. Dong Lijia looked at the three of them in confusion and said, "Hey. Isn't that what you mean?" Lin Wenwen rolled up her sleeves and said to him with a smile, "You know that you will be beaten for talking nonsense, don't you? When did I fall in love with this guy?" Seeing her rolling up her sleeves, Dong Lijia immediately thought of the scene 7 years ago when he was tortured by her in the gym for 3 months. He silently turned his eyes to the ceiling. Lin Wenwen looked back at Dong Xinxin and Deng Chunfei, and then turned to look at Luo Yuanjun on the side. She couldn't help but ask, "Well, although I can see that you two are a little interested in Xinxin, it seems that you haven't done it yet." Since she came in, Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun had kept a normal distance from Dong Xinxin. There was no atmosphere of pink bubbles or public display of affection. Ahem. Why are you talking about me? Dong Xinxin kicked Lin Wenwen's foot awkwardly. Ever since she shared a body with Lin Wenwen, she had gained some understanding of Lin Wenwen. After Dong Xinxin recognized the various changes in people after the doomsday, he had an inexplicable dependence on Lin Wenwen. It was different from relying on Dong Lijia, because Lin Wenwen was the only girl who didn't dislike her because of her body shape. Moreover, he was very attentive in helping her lose weight. In the past 7 years, she didn't show up, and Dong Lijia and Deng Chunfei were the ones who did things for her. Only the core members of the corpse hunting group knew of Dong Xinxin's existence. In addition, the 3 men protected her very well, so many outsiders had never heard of her name. After Dong Xinxin kicked Lin Wenwen, he asked her, "Why are you staring at him? Is there anything wrong?" Lin Wenwen nodded to her, "Well, my superpower has just been upgraded to the 2nd level. So I can't see very clearly." Her sister-in-law was in the picture she saw just now, and the situation was very bad. It was no wonder that Lin Feng was so anxious when he saw him previously. Only Dong Xinxin understood her words, and the other 3 men didn't understand what they were talking about at all. "What picture? Can you see anything by staring at him?" Luo Yuanjun turned to look at Deng Chunfei curiously, and then looked at Lin Wenwen. "You can see something very important." After Lin Wenwen heard what he said, he turned his head and stared at Deng Chunfei seriously. Although Deng Chunfei's face was expressionless, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. However, it was very faint, and people who didn't know him wouldn't be able to see it. "But it seems that both of you have publicly pursued Xinxin, right?" At this time, Lin Wenwen suddenly looked at Deng Chunfei, and then at Luo Yuanjun. If they hadn't publicly pursued her, Dong Lijia wouldn't have said that just now. After hearing this question, Deng Chunfei and Luo Yuanjun looked at Dong Xinxin awkwardly, and then looked back at Dong Lijia silently. Lin Wenwen finally knew why Dong Xinxin hadn't gotten married even after 7 years. It turned out that someone's siscon hadn't changed. Dong Lijia smiled and said, "What are you looking at? My Xinxin is so petite and so cute. Only a powerhouse above the 7th level can protect her. The 2 of you have been stuck at the 5th level, and you can't even reach the 6th level. So don't even think about it." Deng Chunfei, Luo Yuanjun. Chapter 1266. Lin Wenwen looked at Dong Xinxin silently and said, "Can you still get married like this?" Dong Xinxin rolled his eyes and said, "I don't care about him." Lin Wenwen said with a smile, "You'll be too old if you wait for them to reach level 7. Dong Xinxin shrugged and said, "It's okay. My parents are not in a hurry anyway." Lin Wenwen then remembered to ask Mr. Dong and Mrs. Dong how they were doing. "How are uncle and auntie?" In any case, they were elders who had lived together for 3 months. Moreover, Dong Xuebing's parents were very good people. Dong Xinxin nodded. "They're fine, but neither of them has awakened their superpowers. I'll take you to see them later. They will be very happy to see you." Lin Wenwen nodded. "Okay. By the way, why did you come to us only now? Did you just come back from 7 years ago? Luo Yuanjun pulled a chair and sat across the tea table. He looked at Lin Wenwen and asked her. Lin Wenwen said, I suddenly fell into a coma half a month ago. When I woke up, I was in Xinxin's body. I just came back here a few days ago. Although I stayed for 3 months 7 years ago, only 20 days have passed here. As soon as she finished speaking, the others immediately showed a surprised expression. I see. I've been investigating the woman who has been missing for 3 months recently. Although I found some, it doesn't match with you at all, Dong Lijia said while looking at her. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, I don't know what's going on. But it's good that you can come back. I just don't know if there will be another chance. If she could travel to another time and space on her own, there might be many ways to deal with the current situation. For example, the catnip she brought back. Although it couldn't completely solve the problem of those underground creatures, it was at least very useful to protect the base. When these things attacked humans, they wouldn't have been beaten to the point where they couldn't even fight back. Especially for those who were weak and had low superpowers, it was a very crucial life-saving straw. She was afraid that those things would drill a hole in the ground and drill into the base. That would be a bit troublesome. And even if she brought back clean seeds, she didn't dare to plant them in the ground. Therefore, he could only rely on weapons to deal with those things. On the other side, Lin Qiao was waiting in the Huaxia base for Duan Wan to send someone back to the base to pick up the second batch of catnip. On Wu Qingyue's side, he let Xiao Liqing rush back with the news to let Xiao Yunlong make the samples of the new bullets as soon as possible and then let him arrange people to bring them over. In the space, Lin Qiao was holding a second bowl of catnip soup, squinting at the condition of Yuan Tianqing's body. After 2 days and 2 nights, Yuan Tianqing's condition had improved a lot. The thick green energy in his body had almost disappeared, and a quarter of the purple energy had also disappeared. Lu Tianyi stood at the side with Tingting in his arms, and Wu Yueling stood beside his legs. Tingting was in Lu Tianyi's arms. He stretched his head out to look at Yuan Tianqing and said, Mama, Uncle Yuan is doing very well. When he wakes up, tell him to marry Auntie, Lin Qiao, who was about to pour the medicine into Yuan Tianqing's mouth, stopped and turned to look at him. You know what your aunt is thinking? Tingting replied, Yes, I know a lot of things. Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, It's good that you know. Don't say it out loud. It didn't mean that he had to repay her with his body just because Wenwen helped him find the medicine to save him. It's not ancient times now. If he doesn't really like Wenwen, even if they force themselves to be together, they won't be happy. Then, she bent over and used one hand to pry open Yuan Tianqing's mouth and poured the medicine into his mouth. Wu Qingyue went to Lin Qiao's room and saw that there was no one there. He knew that she had entered the space, so he sat on a chair in the living room and waited for her to come out. In the space, after Lin Qiao fed the medicine to Yuan Tianqing, she watched the two energies in his body devour each other. At this time, the color of Yuan Tianqing's hands and feet had returned to their normal color, but the color on his face did not fade. Lin Qiao took the empty bowls and led the others downstairs. When they arrived at his small building, after returning to her small building, she felt Wu Qingyue's breath appear in her room, so she flashed out of the space. The test sample is here. So fast. Lin Qiao asked Wu Qingyue as soon as she came out. Wu Qingyue looked up at her and shook his head, no. Lin Qiao looked at him in confusion, then why did you come to me when you didn't get it? Wu Qingyue's expression changed and he looked at her with a bit of grievance. What do you mean? Do I have to come to you for something serious? I just want to see you, can't I? Lin Qiao looked at him with a puzzled face. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Wu Qingyue suddenly looked at her speechlessly. He missed her, so he came to see her. Was it not okay? But if he said that, this female zombie would probably complain about him again. Just how much did she dislike him? Lin Qiao looked at his face. He obviously wanted to say something but couldn't. Then, she walked around him with her arms crossed before saying uncertainly, "Are you trying to say that you missed me so much that you came to see me? Is there something wrong?" Wu Qingyue stared at her and nodded. Since she said it, he didn't have anything to deny. No. Lin Qiao was speechless after hearing his question. Wu Qingyue directly moved in front of her, smiled and hugged her waist. He slightly lowered his head and said to her, "I missed you." Lin Qiao looked up at his handsome face, but after hearing his words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, "Big brother, we just haven't seen each other for one night. I remember you weren't so clingy before." Wu Qingyue hugged her slender waist and smelled the unique and alluring fragrance on her body. He smiled and said, "If you were willing to sleep with me at night, I wouldn't be like this. I've been poisoned here and here by you. If I don't see you in a while, I'll panic and lose control. What should I do?" Lin Qiao. "Fuck, let go of me, I want to rub the goosebumps off. This is someone else's base camp, can you restrain yourself? Who taught you to say such mushy words?" Lin Qiao struggled out of his arms with goosebumps all over her body. She looked at him with a speechless expression. This guy had wanted to sneak into her bedroom to sleep with her for the past 2 nights, but she had chased him out. After all, this was the enemy's base camp, so she had to be more vigilant. Even if they really slept together, they could still maintain their vigilance. But she just didn't want to be too intimate with Wu Qingyue in someone else's territory. Chapter 1267. Hearing her words, Wu Qingyue smiled carelessly and said, "What's there to restrain? Is it necessary to hide our relationship like this?" Of course, he wanted the whole world to know that she was his woman. But now that most people did know, there was really no need to hide it like this, was there? Lin Qiao looked at him unhappily and said, "What do you think our relationship is? Aren't you thinking too much?" She did accept him a little now, but she hadn't completely accepted him. Wu Qingyue looked at her with some grievance and said, "You're doing it again. Am I thinking too much?" "You're the one who's thinking too much. Don't you feel anything for me in your heart? Or is there something wrong with me?" Lin Qiao had seen many of his expressions, such as the smiling mask and the serious expression when cooking. Occasionally, she would throw a tantrum with a jealous expression or an angry expression. Others probably didn't see it as much as she did. It wasn't the first time she had seen this grievance. She didn't feel anything before, but now she couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her face away and said, "You are an excellent man. But give me some more time. I don't dare to make a decision now." Recently, she had gradually been able to feel his sincerity, but she still didn't dare to gamble with her future feelings. People's hearts would change. He really cared about her now, but it didn't mean that he wouldn't change in 5, 10, or 20 years. Even if she had begun to accept him now, she still needed time to think about it. Wu Qingyue looked at her and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lin Qiao's attitude had begun to consider it. Although he was anxious, he knew that he couldn't be too anxious. "Well, I'll give you time to think about it. But don't think too slowly, or shouting will run around." He put away his expression and said to Lin Qiao with a smile. Seeing that he suddenly said that he would give her time, Lin Qiao couldn't help but have a strange feeling in her heart. "If you really don't want to be with me, then I will learn to give up this relationship." At this time, Wu Qingyue suddenly said to her. But the smile on his face became a little forced, and a trace of sadness flashed through his eyes. He was not the kind of person who would not let go. If Lin Qiao's final decision was unwilling, then he would also learn to give up, and he could only learn to give up himself. However, He truly loved Lin Qiao. Now, just thinking about the possibility of giving up on her in the future, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Because Wu Qingyue could see that Lin Qiao's heart was only open to him. However, if she wanted to fall in love with him, there was still a door that was locked. It was just that this door wasn't as thick as the previous one. If he still couldn't open her last door, then he could only learn to give up. This was Wu Qingyue's worst-case scenario. After all, he was the only one in the relationship, and he didn't know if he could sustain it for a long time. What if he couldn't hold on any longer? However, when Lin Qiao heard this, his expression suddenly froze. She looked into his eyes in a daze. She was already used to him being around her, used to his breath. Although she had been considering whether to really accept Wu Qingyue, she never thought that one day he would suddenly leave her. Because Wu Qingyue had been following her, and she had never experienced the scene of him suddenly leaving her forever. Now that he said it, it was like a lock in her heart had been opened. However, what came after opening it wasn't a beautiful feeling, but a kind of cold emptiness, as if a hole had suddenly appeared, and as if something important was about to be lost. This feeling suddenly made her body slightly stiffen, and then she seemed to lose control. She stared at him and suddenly asked, "You said you want to give up?" Wu Qingyue noticed her strangeness, and saw that the whites of her eyes suddenly began to spread into a dark color. He couldn't help but be shocked, and he suddenly yelled at her, "Stop!" After being yelled at by him, the bad feeling in Lin Qiao's heart suddenly disappeared. Then, she felt herself falling into a warm embrace, being hugged tightly. "I won't give up. I won't give up. I was just lying to you, don't take it seriously. It's my fault, I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry." Wu Qingyue hugged her tightly, looked at her face in panic, and said nervously. He didn't think that his words would make Lin Qiao unable to suppress her zombie nature. Something bad almost happened. The black in Lin Qiao's eyes slowly receded. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had regained her clarity. She looked up at Wu Qingyue, then lowered her eyes and quietly stayed in his arms. She also didn't think that her mood would suddenly change so much, just because of his words. Just now her breath was chaotic, and if it continued to be chaotic, it would expose her zombie emperor's breath. So Wu Qingyue suddenly yelled at her, to wake her up. Wu Qingyue looked at her with some fear, and completely didn't think that his words of giving up on her would have such a big reaction. "Don't go. You've already barged into my heart, don't tell me you want to leave so irresponsibly. Can't I agree? You already know that I'm starting to accept you, so why are you saying that you want to give up on me now?" Lin Qiao lowered her eyes and calmed down for a moment before she recovered. She suddenly raised a hand and clasped his arm. She raised her eyes to stare at him, and said to him with some agitation. If his departure would leave such a big hole in her heart, then she might as well lock him in. He was the one who forced his way in, and now that he was here, he wanted to leave. Could it be that her heart was a public place? "All right. I know. I won't leave you." Wu Qingyue used his hand to stroke her back a few times, and comforted her. Lin Qiao let go of his arm, and both her hands grabbed the front of his clothes. She raised her chin and said to him fiercely, "It's too late. From today onwards, don't think about leaving me. Since you made me decide, then you have to take responsibility. If you dare to betray me in the future, I'll make you die a horrible death." Wu Qingyue looked down at her fierce eyes, and said to her with a smile, "I couldn't ask for more." Only then did Lin Qiao let go of the front of his clothes, and then reached up to hook her arms around his neck, and pressed his face down. She brought her lips close to his, and kissed him hard on the lips. However, at this moment, someone suddenly barged in from outside the door. Ahem, that, interrupt. I have a situation to tell you. Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao turned their faces at the same time to stare at him. Chapter 1268. Lin Xiao stared coldly at the person at the door, gritted her teeth, and said, "Lan Lu, you better have something important to interrupt me. Otherwise, I will make you impotent for 3 years." Wu Qingyue was holding Lin Xiao in his arms. His smiling face stiffened slightly after hearing Lin Xiao's words. But he quickly recovered. He smiled at Lan Lu and said slowly, "Mr. Lan, do you know that you will be struck by lightning if you interrupt someone's good time?" After that, the ceiling above his head began to crackle with thunder and lightning. Pa, 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 streaks of purple lightning snakes slithered around the ceiling as if they would fall at any moment. Don't. Lan Lu quickly raised his hands and took a step back. He retreated to the door before carefully poking his head in and continued awkwardly, "Cough, I have something important to do." Something important. Something very important. Lin Xiao pushed Wu Qingyue's chest away, but her eyes were still fixed on Lan Lu at the door. After Wu Qingyue let go of her, he grabbed her hand and walked to the sofa and sat down next to her. Wu Qingyue stared at Lan Lu with a smile on his face, but the flames in his eyes seemed to be burning Lan Lu at the door. Because Lin Xiao rarely took the initiative to kiss him, but before he had time to taste this sweet kiss, Lan Lu, the bastard, came. "Can't you stand at the door and wait for 10 seconds before you talk?" "No, wait for 30 seconds. Wu Qingyue stared at Lan Lu and squeezed out a sentence while gritting his teeth. Lan Lu slowly walked in, then looked at the ceiling, the floor, and the left and right as he moved toward the two of them. Under the gazes of the two people who obviously wanted to bite him, Lan Lu felt a lot of pressure. It was okay to be bitten by Wu Qingyue. After all, he was a human, so it didn't matter if he was bitten. The important thing was that he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. But Lu Tianyu was different. He really knew how to bite. Cough, there was the danger of turning into a zombie after being bitten by her. But when he thought of the information in his hands, he calmed down. Cough, because it's really important. And it's related to you guys. I'm here to give you information out of goodwill. Who knew you were busy? He said as he walked to the armchair beside the two of them and sat down. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Qingyue's hand that was holding Lin Xiao's hand. With an envious expression, he sighed and said, "Looks like your relationship has made a big breakthrough." At this time, Wu Qingyue raised his other hand, and a small lightning flashed on his palm. Looking at him, he said, "I think you're just here to find out about our relationship. You said that sending me information was just an excuse, right?" Lan Lu immediately straightened his back and raised his hands in front of his chest, palms facing outwards in a blocking posture. No. I really have information about you, and I'm here to give it to you for free. Why am I treated like this? Who told you not to pick a good time? Of all times. Lin Xiao pulled his hand out of Wu Qingyue's grasp and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He leaned against the back of the sofa and looked at Lan Lu lazily. "Tell me, where's your intel? What's going on? Hurry up and finish talking. Let's go." Leaning against the back of the chair, Lin Xiao glared at Lan Lu impatiently and urged him. "Oh. I'll tell you. I've been paying close attention to Xikong Chen's movements recently. I don't know if you guys have noticed that he and that Xia woman have been very close these days. I overheard some of the little things they were planning for this operation underground. Not only do they have to deal with Leader Lu underground, but they also have to deal with Leader Wu above ground. And this morning, there were 2 very special teams that quietly left the base. From the looks of it, they're heading towards your base." Lan Lu straightened his expression and talked to them seriously. Lin Qiao began to roll up her sleeves and stared at him. Is that all you want to say? Then did you think that I actually know all of this? Do you want me to tell you the detailed plan of Sikong Chen and that woman who likes to show her legs? Lan Lu was obviously stunned when he heard her words. He looked at her in surprise and asked, Huh? You guys know all of this? Lin Qiao sneered and said, Do you think I'll just stay here for the next 2 days and not go anywhere else? Hearing this, Lan Lu's expression immediately became awkward. He looked at Lin Qiao in a daze for 2 seconds. He really didn't think that this female zombie already knew about Sikong Chen's plan. But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange at all. After all, this female zombie and Wu Qingyue weren't simple. It was normal for them to know such important information. Do you think we're stupid? We know that we're going to explore the unknown world, and we have Sikong Chen's people by our side. Don't we know that we need to guard against them? Lin Qiao rolled up her sleeves and sat up straight. She looked like she was ready to beat Lan Lu up. At this moment, Lan Lu felt that it seemed like today really wasn't the right time. Although he didn't expect the two of them to receive the news so quickly, under normal circumstances, the two of them probably wouldn't want to beat him up like this. Since you guys already know, then it's fine, it's fine. You guys can continue what you were doing just now, don't worry about me. Seeing that Lin Qiao had already sat up, Lan Lu immediately felt a sense of crisis. He quickly stood up and quietly slipped out of the door as he spoke. So you're purely here to disturb us? Sending information is really just an excuse. Wu Qingyue smiled as he threw the small lightning in his hand towards Lan Lu. No. I didn't think that you guys would also know about this. Since you guys already know, then you should have a way to deal with it. I won't disturb you guys anymore. Sorry. Lan Lu dodged a bit and Wu Qingyue's small lightning fell to the ground. After saying that, he flashed out of the door and disappeared without a trace. The two of them looked at the empty doorway and turned to look at each other. After Lan Lu's interruption, Lin Qiao's excitement had completely calmed down. She looked at Wu Qingyue and then her expression became a bit unnatural, the change just now was completely out of her control. Her consciousness had already drifted away due to the strange and intense emotions in her heart. That was why she did that subconscious action, because her consciousness was already a bit unclear. In her heart, there was only an emotional desire to obtain Wu Qingyue. If it wasn't for Lan Lu suddenly appearing and interrupting her, she might have done something even more outrageous. She might have directly pulled Wu Qingyue into the small room in the space and pushed him onto the bed. Now that she was clear-headed, she immediately felt awkward. She was a bit glad that Lan Lu had appeared just now. Chapter 1269. When Wu Qingyue saw her expression, he couldn't help but put away the smile on his face. He stared at her seriously. Don't even think about taking back what you just said, I won't agree. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed, thinking of the words she just said to him when she was emotional. She couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. What do you mean you already broke into my heart, you can't leave? She also promised him. She also said that she already began to accept him. Now she felt so embarrassed. Just now she used that kind of tough attitude to say to him, now she felt so embarrassed. She really wanted to take back what she just said. Okay, I won't take it back. But my state just now was a bit off. Those words just now. She wanted to say that those words just now were said when she was not sober. She wanted him to not take it seriously. But looking at Wu Qingyue's appearance, it was obvious that he was already holding on to those words just now. This made her feel like she had no way out. And after the situation just now, she also felt that she was not right. She didn't think that Wu Qingyue had already become so important in her heart. This was something she didn't expect at all. Wu Qingyue looked at her confused expression, and then reached out his hands to hold both sides of her cheeks. He brought his eyes so close that he could see his own reflection in hers. I swear, I will not leave you. He would never do that. So no matter what state you are in, I will not give up on you. But I will still do as I said before, I will give you time to adapt. Since your inner nature has already chosen me, then please rest assured and believe me. Okay. I will never betray you. Believe me. Believe me, okay. Believe me. He said to her very cautiously. Wu Qingyue finally said, believe me, 3 times in a row, staring into Lin Qiao's eyes. His eyes revealed a deep determination and deep affection that almost dragged her into his eyes. What he said was 200% true. No matter how Lin Qiao changed, he would not give up on him. And she was now a zombie. No matter how bad the future was, there was no difference from now. Lin Qiao, I will wait for you. Even if I wait until the day I die, I will still wait for you. If one day I really want to give up on you, then you can kill me. I won't run away, and I won't resist you. He rarely called Lin Qiao by her real name, but every time he did, he would call her by her real name. It was always when he was very, very serious. Being stared at by him like this, Lin Qiao's eyes were filled with his eyes. It was as if there was a whirlpool in his eyes that wanted to suck her in. She was completely sucked in, unable to escape. She could only stare back at him. His words reached her ears, and all her brain rang with the meaning of his voice and his words. It made her brain unable to function freely, as if it was restricted by something. She took a deep breath and used a lot of self-control to close her eyes. She looked away from Wu Qingyue's gaze, then turned away and pulled his hand away. I'm a zombie. The situation just now, I think it's my nature as a zombie. What if I lose my mind one day, forget everyone, and become a zombie like a monster? Will you still accept me? She looked at the side of the floor tiles, and said calmly. Wu Qingyue once again lifted her face to look at him. Lin Qiao, I just said it. No matter what you become, I won't abandon you. Even if your identity is exposed, and the whole world doesn't accept you, I will still treat you as my woman. Even if I don't want the whole world, I won't abandon you, Ling Ling, and shouting. Okay, I got it. You don't need to compare me with the whole world. Lin Qiao was a bit out of character, and said to him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Isn't the last sentence a bit too exaggerated? What whole world? But after thinking about it, she said with a heavy expression, from the situation just now, my situation is a bit strange. Something must have gone wrong. I have a bad premonition. Wu Qingyue, I'm serious. If one day I lose my mind, and do something harmful to you or shouting, or even to other humans, you have to be responsible for controlling me. If you can't completely control me, then no matter what, you have to kill me before I eat people. I don't want to eat people. The situation just now made her feel a bad premonition in her heart, and she knew that there was something wrong with her body. It was just that she couldn't think of the reason, but if it continued, the result was not what she wanted to see. She didn't want to lose her mind, and become a zombie that only knew how to eat people. Thinking of herself lying in a human body and eating their flesh and organs, this image made her despair. That was why she wanted to ask Wu Qingyue to kill her if he really reached that point. After all, he was currently the strongest human. What are you saying? Do you think what I said just now was a joke? But after hearing her words, Wu Qingyue's face became very ugly. If you lose your mind, I will find a way to make you regain your mind. Don't worry, there will be a way. There is also shouting. Even if I don't have a way, shouting will definitely have a way. He is our son, he is so magical, and his senses are sharper than both of us. He will definitely have a way to help you. Wu Qingyue said to her in a low voice. Although Lin Qiao's words made him a little angry, but the first half of her words made him vigilant. But thinking that Lin Qiao's mind was in a mess because of him. Wu Qingyue's heart was vigilant towards her situation, but he was also a little happy. He reached out his hand to her shoulder, and hugged her. He used one hand to press the side of her face, and pressed her head into his embrace. Then he comforted her, "Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let anything happen to you. And you can let Xiaoting take a look, he feels that he should know something. If something really happens, I won't let you fall into a disadvantageous situation. You are my lover, I have the responsibility to protect you. No matter what you become. Even if you become a monster, I won't abandon you." The two of them hugged each other on the sofa, and Lin Qiao listened to his heartbeat with one ear. Listening to his words, her heart strangely calmed down. Wu Qingyue used his hand to lift her chin, and stared at her cherry red and moist lips for 3 seconds. Then he slowly lowered his head and pressed his lips against her soft lips again. But at this moment, the two of them suddenly froze. Then, the two of them separated again, and stared at the door with displeasure. Ahem. The bullet sample is here. Do you want to see? Xiao Liqing, who could not retreat in time, could only bite the bullet and come in again. Chapter 1270. Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao stayed silent as they stared at Xiao Liqing, who was by the door. Under the pressure of their gazes, Xiao Liqing had an urge to turn and run. However, as his two bosses didn't say a word, he didn't dare to move. He was in danger of being struck by lightning at any moment. Wu Qingyue had already raised a hand, with a fist-sized lightning ball sparkling in it. Xiao Liqing didn't dare to move at all. You interrupted me the second time. I didn't throw the lightning at you. Are you touched? Wu Qingyue said with a smile. I don't dare to. Xiao Liqing said. Lin Qiao pushed him away and said to Xiao Liqing, "Let me see it." Xiao Liqing sighed with relief as he carried the small armed box and walked in. He opened the box and found 3 layers of guns in it, each with a different kind of power. They were all short and portable handguns. Beside each of the 3 guns were 20 to 30 specially made bullets. Lin Qiao picked up a bullet and gave it a look, then sensed the vibe and the main components of the bullet. After that, she picked up another gun and weighed it, then put it back into the box. The cold texture and weight of the gun allowed her to figure out the level of the weapon. She decided to test the power of the bullet when the time came. After putting the box into the small space, Lin Qiao looked at Xiao Liqing and asked, "Have the 2 groups of people arrived yet?" Xiao Liqing nodded and said, "They arrived about 20 miles away from Sea City base last night. But they don't seem to plan to make a move right away." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "I guess they want to wait until tomorrow. We're leaving tomorrow. By then, everyone will be focusing on Sea City base. Those people will definitely relax. So, it's the best chance for us to make a move." Both Xiao Liqing and Wu Qingyue had thought of that. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "So, since they won't make a move first, we will. Let's see what Xiao Yunlong can do this time." When he found out that Si Kongqin had secretly sent 2 groups of people to Sea City base and All Beings base, he asked Xiao Liqing to follow behind them and send the message to Xiao Yunlong, who was in Sea City base. He told Xiao Liqing to pick a time tonight to attack those 2 bases with more people. It seems that Si Kongqin has been secretly raising quite a lot of superpowered people. He doesn't plan to keep hiding his power anymore. Do you think that Sea City base doesn't have enough capable people? Lin Qiao sneered and said. That's right, Sea City Base doesn't have enough capable people. Si Kongchen didn't take All Beings Base seriously. He probably thought that All Beings Base was under Sea City Base's protection. This time, Si Kongchen sent out at least 500 people in total. 100 of them were at level 6, while the rest were at level 5. There were also a few people whose strength was not low, but their identities were unknown. He estimated that all 3 of them were level 7 paranormals. Si Kongchen actually had so many people hiding in the dark. He couldn't possibly send all of them to Sea City Base. Therefore, after this wave of attacks, it was estimated that he had sent out at least 1/3 of his forces. These hundreds of people are all at level 5 or level 6, with a few at level 7. If I weren't in Sea City Base, I guess no one would be able to fend off those level 7 people. That's probably what Si Kongchen was thinking. Even if someone was able to fend off the 3 level 7 people, it would be difficult for them to fend off the 100 level 6 ones. Unless I could organize those hunters in my base beforehand, I wouldn't be caught unprepared. Wu Qingyue joined the conversation. He doesn't think that Sea City Base has so many level 6 and 7 people. He didn't send those people out to start a war with your base. He just didn't know why he sent those people out, said Lin Qiao. What is it? Wu Qingyue asked. He understood that Si Kongchen sent those people out for a reason. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, he immediately figured out that she had already found out about Si Kongchen's purpose. Lin Qiao glanced outside the window, then turned back and said to Wu Qingyue in a bland tone, "The news that you can't grow crops in your base has been leaked. Si Kongchen also heard that you have a new son." This time, he sent out 2 groups of people. One group wants to find out what the deal between Sea City Base and All Beings Base is. The other group is going for your son. While speaking, she looked at Wu Qingyue with a meaningful look in her eyes. Wu Qingyue looked at her and said, "Wait a minute. What do you mean by a new son? How did my son become a new son?" "Because we don't know who your son is," said Lin Qiao to him. Ha! For some reason, Xiao Liqing wanted to laugh on hearing that. "How dare you laugh? I haven't made you pay for what you did just now. Just you wait." Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes at Xiao Liqing with a grin. Xiao Liqing immediately stopped laughing. But soon, Wu Qingyue wore a cold look on his face and the smile on his face disappeared. "Are you sure that Si Kongchen has his eyes on Ting?" Lin Qiao nodded and said, "Yeah, that's what he told that woman the night before yesterday. He also brought back a kind of drug from a foreign country that can disable level 8 superpowered people's superpowers. He's going to give that woman a chance to hurt me when we go underground together. He's going to make sure that I won't be able to come back up." I can't believe Si Kongchen chose to make a move at this critical moment. I guess he does want to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of you too. But, isn't he worried about those underground creatures? Xiao Liqing frowned slightly and asked with confusion. Si Kongchen might want to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao, but without the 2 level 8 superpowered people, he wouldn't be able to deal with those underground creatures, would he? That wouldn't do him any good, would it? Shouldn't he be working with Si Kongchen now? Was Si Kongchen planning to use his own base to fight against those underground creatures? I guess he didn't send his people to Sea City Base just to kill Ting. Ling Ling is one of his targets too. He's trying to control me with the child, so that I'll follow his orders and fight those underground creatures for him. So, I'm sure he'll make a move on Ling Ling during the underground exploration. If she returns safely, Si Kongchen might not have the energy to control me. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly analyzed Si Kongchen's thoughts. I guess he didn't expect the 2 kids to be with us. I think he's more interested in the secret of the food trade between Sea City Base and All Beings Base. He has already found out that your base can't grow living plants. But the fact that the canteen in Sea City base still provides fresh food every day has aroused his suspicion. Lin Qiao put a hand on her chin and thought for a moment. Chapter 1271. At this time, in a remote abandoned chemical plant more than 20 kilometers away from the Sea City base, a group of people were quietly hiding inside. A silhouette silently approached from afar and only revealed itself when it reached this place. "How's the preparation over there?" A man in black clothes immediately came out of the chemical plant to greet the person. "Almost done. What about your side?" "Haven't confirmed the location of the two children." The person first answered and then asked the other party. "The news hasn't come back yet, we're still waiting." The man in black clothes said and looked at his watch. "There are still 10 hours before the operation time, no hurry." The person said a few words to him and walked into the factory. He was wearing a camouflage field uniform, with a belt on his chest, back and even waist, and several weapons on his body. After he walked in, the man in black clothes followed behind him. The identity of the two people was revealed. "Too slow, we're going to start tonight." "You haven't confirmed the target's location." The man in the field uniform walked in and said with some dissatisfaction. The man in black clothes walking behind him said, "The information has changed, our response is very timely. Since Wu Qingyue went to China, he will definitely hand the child over to someone he trusts." "Have you checked Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu?" "He most likely handed the child over to these two people to take care of him." The man in the field uniform frowned slightly, his ordinary face looked very serious. "We have sent people to inquire about the two of them, but the strange thing is that they didn't come out with the child. We have checked a lot of channels, but there is no trace of the whereabouts of the two children." The man in black clothes also frowned slightly, showing a very puzzled expression. The two walked into the office building of the factory and entered the temporary control room. The control room was a rectangular conference table with maps and battle plans on the table. The map had a regional map of Sea City and the regional map of the All Beings base, but although the map of All Beings base was small, it was not as detailed as Sea City. The intelligence of this All Beings base is so difficult to obtain. This woman doesn't just rely on Wu Qingyue. She herself has strength that can't be ignored. That woman surnamed Xia is probably going to kick an iron plate this time." The man in the field uniform stared at the map of All Beings base for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. The map of All Beings base was not clear. In fact, the map could only show the situation outside the base, but the inside of the base was blank. The man in black clothes poked his nose with his finger and said, "We have sent so many people inside the base, but we can't get in. I don't know what method that woman used to keep it a secret. Every time they sent people, the result was the same, they didn't return. Whether it was to sneak in or to catch the people in the base they sent in, they didn't succeed. In the end, the people that were sent either went to contact them or their corpses were left in the wilderness outside the base. Even if they brought the body back, they couldn't find any information about the base. The way he killed the man was clean and efficient. Other than the fatal stab wound on the neck, he had also saved bullets." Xia, then Xia, humans, and let's see what secrets this base has. The man in the field uniform lowered his head and stared at the location of the base on the map. The black-clothed man glanced at him and suddenly said, "You seem to be very happy that Beauty Xia has kicked an iron plate." Xia shrugged and said, "She should know that there is always someone better, or else she will always think of herself as a flower on a high mountain." The man in black clothes smiled and said, "I heard that the leader got a drug from abroad that can even put down a level 8 psychic, so she will definitely use it. And I heard that the level 8 female leader of this base has just entered level 8. Maybe Beauty Xia can really get rid of this female leader." The man in the field uniform glanced at him and smiled. You are too naive. Want to make a bet? Xia nodded immediately. Bet 10,000 contribution points. 10,000. You think too much, kid. 3,000 at most. The man in the field uniform glared at him and said expressionlessly. Xia didn't argue with him and nodded. Okay, 3,000 it is. If the female leader wins, I will give you 3,000 contribution points. If Beauty Xia wins, don't go back on your words. Xia looked at him disdainfully. Do I look like the kind of person who would go back on his words? At this time, a group of people were standing on the top of a tall building a dozen kilometers away from the base, their eyes focused in the direction of the base. There is another level 7 psychic in the base, but he should have just entered not long ago. No wonder this small base can be built. Including that woman, there are 2 level 7 or above. A man, who was obviously the shortest among the people, stood at the front with his eyes slightly closed and said to the direction of the base. A young woman with a ponytail next to him looked at him and asked, Captain, if the other side also has a level 7 psychic, will our actions be discovered by him? If the other side also had a level 7 psychic, then the other side would definitely be able to sense their aura fluctuations. That way, the other side would be on guard. The short man opened his eyes, and a white light flashed in his black eyes. He said, No, because I've already concealed your auras before coming here. A level 7 psychic won't be able to sense auras more than 20 kilometers away, not to mention with my concealment. The woman with the ponytail immediately nodded. That's right, I forgot that you have this trick up your sleeve, Captain. There were 7 or 8 people beside them, and the team didn't have more than 10 people in total. However, the aura on his body was either very reserved or very strong. His aura was very imposing. Right, I heard that there was a group of zombies guarding the periphery of this small base. Why are they all gone now? At this time, another subordinate next to the short man asked in confusion. I heard that they made a deal with the Blue Continent. Didn't they develop a potion with similar effects to our base? We have already sent people to negotiate with this small base. The captain replied indifferently. Oh, so that's how it is. But we don't know what kind of people are in this base. Our leader has sent so many people here, but to no avail. The worst ones are the ones who don't return. The subordinate looked curiously in the direction of the universal base. There was a look of eagerness in his eyes. Maybe it's a psychic with special senses. But it seems that the other side isn't simple. There was not much contempt in the captain's eyes, but there was not much seriousness either. He was just more serious than usual. Chapter 1272. However, these 10 people did not notice that on the wall of the stairway behind them, there was a transparent figure. Elmar nodded. Well, she does belong to the category of special perception. After all, zombies are very sensitive to the smell of humans. She quietly left the building without the other party noticing at all. Then, he quickly slipped back to his base and returned to the base very quickly. When she entered the conference room of the office building of base number 1, there was already a group of people waiting for her. Lin Feng couldn't help but stand up when he saw Elmarch. Who is it? Elmar shook her head. I don't know who it is, but it was definitely sent by Sikong Qin. The leader was a level 7 arcanist. It was unknown what type of arcana he possessed, but he was able to conceal the energy fluctuations within his body. Furthermore, his aura is also very strong. If he's an aggressive type, then we'll probably have to rely on Lily to deal with him. If it's not an attack type, then it's probably a dual type, and one of them is a special type of perception. Her words immediately caused everyone's expression to become a little serious, but no one showed any expression of worry. After all, they still have 3 level 7 zombies here. If he is a dual-type zombie, then as long as he has not reached level 8, he will be able to survive. Chiu Lily was more than enough to deal with him. Except for the leader who is level 7, the others are all level 6. There are 9 of them. Elmar reported the number of people on the other side. This Sikong Chen is really restless. He's still thinking of playing these little tricks in such a situation. Lin Feng's face darkened as he said angrily, "Isn't it better to use these people to fight the creatures outside? Why did they have to do this in the human circle? Show your ambition." It's fine if he has his ambitions, but it's wrong for him to target us. You've been blinded so many times, and you still want to continue to be blinded. A disdainful smile appeared on Elmar's small face. Basically, all the spies and undercover agents sent to spy on their base were directly taken care of by her. They did not give those people a chance to approach the base, nor did they give them a chance to come into contact with the people in the base. Last time, they had gotten rid of that big group of people, and now they were doing it again. Sikong Chen's ambition seemed to be growing bolder and bolder as time went by. The 10 people who came this time seemed to be very confident, Elmar added without waiting for the others to say anything. They sent a rank 7 and 9 rank 6. In their eyes, we only have a few thousand people in this small base. It should be impossible to find 9 rank 6 ability users to resist them. Chen Yuding, who was on Lin Feng's right, said. Lin Kuei seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "I'm guessing that Sikong Chen is trying to find out the secrets of our base while our leader and Sea City's leader Wu aren't here. He's not here to invade our base. He only wants to attack Sea City." Yes, I heard that the situation at the plantation in Sea City has been leaked. However, Haiqing is still eating the fresh vegetables we send them every day, which will definitely arouse suspicion. From the looks of it, they know about Sea City's distribution channel and suspect us. This time, they were probably here to investigate this point as well. Otherwise, why would they send a level 7 arcanist? Lin Feng analyzed the other party's motive and said, "Sikong Chen probably thinks that I'm the only rank 7 metahuman left here, so he sent one over." He didn't know how the other party would react to Elmar's group of level 7 zombie kings. As usual, don't let anyone escape. At this time, Chiu Lily lightly patted the table and said, "They are preparing to move tonight. I will go and test them. Black Panther will block the way. Since he thinks that we can't find 9 rank 6 ability users, then we will send them double the number of rank 6 ability users." Elmar sneered and looked at everyone. Lin Feng nodded, "Then let's do it. Do you think they will send another group of people to Sea City tonight?" Lin Kuei suddenly asked hesitantly at this time. "I will keep a close eye on them and inform everyone if there are any movements," Lin Feng said. After everyone dispersed, Elmar and Chiu Lily gave orders to the current level 1 and level 6 zombie kings in the zombie army, asking them to prepare for battle, and prioritize the combat-type ability zombies. But not long after, Lin Feng received news from the Huaxia people in Sea City and immediately called for an emergency meeting. "Fortunately, we have prepared beforehand, so we are not afraid of their extra 100 people." Seeing that the news Lin Feng received was that the Huaxia people had indeed sent another 100 people from Sea City to secretly rush over after dark, Elmar sat on the chair and snorted in disdain. "Since their numbers have increased, then let's increase our numbers as well. They have 20 more level 6 metahumans. It seems that their focus is still on Sea City. But their hopes are probably going to be dashed, because their target is not in Sea City." Lin Feng first tapped the table to change the original plan, then said the last sentence with a hint of schadenfreude. Elmar nodded, "We have a lot of people here, we should have taken them out long ago. Apart from those brought out by Lin Qiao, everyone has been training in the training base recently. Of course, those who have reached level 6 are tasked to keep an eye on the level 3, 4, and 5 zombie army below and train. It was dark outside, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. There was no moon today. Therefore, a dark and windy night was more suitable for sneak attacks. The Huaxia people stood on the roof of a building more than 10 kilometers away from the Universal Survival Base. The short captain sat at the highest position on the roof, staring calmly in the direction of the Universal Survival Base. He was playing with a gleaming dagger in his hand. The woman with the short ponytail lightly jumped behind him and looked around. She asked, "Captain, will there be any problems with the mission of Team 2 and Team 3? We can't even find the target. Could it be that the other party has already discovered our operation?" The dagger in the captain's hand stopped spinning, and after 3 seconds, it began to spin on his nimble fingers again. "There will definitely be a problem. Even if we can't find the 2 children, as long as Xia Longyun's operation is successful, the original plan will not change." The woman with the short ponytail had a pensive expression, then asked, "Say, if the leader really caught that child, Wu Qingyue, what will he do with him in the end?" The captain glanced at her indifferently and said, "Why? Are you feeling heartache for that child? He's only a month old anyway, it won't be a problem to raise him. But according to our leader's personality, he will only use a way to avoid future trouble." The woman with the short ponytail revealed a somewhat unbearable expression. "After all, he's just a child, and so young." Chapter 1273. The captain said faintly, "What's the point of thinking so much? First, we have to make sure that Team 2 and Team 3 succeed. They can't even locate the target right now. This mission is probably going to fail. But it's strange. We clearly identified the target before. How come the information doesn't match up when we get here?" The woman with the short ponytail asked doubtfully. The captain was just about to say something when he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead. Soon, the woman and the others on the roof immediately noticed something and turned to look in the same direction as the captain. Then, they all stood up and revealed a vigilant expression. "Prepare for battle." The captain suddenly stood up and shouted. His figure suddenly flashed. His subordinates on the rooftop immediately rushed out in batches and scattered in all directions. Their captain shouted to prepare for battle, not to get ready for action. What he meant was that they had been discovered, and the enemy had come looking for them. "Since you all came uninvited, then don't leave." A man's voice came from afar. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The captain sneered in the direction of the man's voice, then his figure flashed and instantly flew over. If he guessed correctly, the person who spoke was the only level 7 ability user in Universal Base. "Me? Oh, you got the wrong person. We have a girl who wants to play with you. You can accompany her first." The voice on the other side was indeed Lin Feng. He calmly replied. The captain rushed to the source of his voice as fast as he could. However, before he could stop, the person who greeted him wasn't Lin Feng, but a petite pink figure. What surprised the captain was that he had not sensed the aura of this petite figure until now. When the pink figure rushed up and flew in front of him, he clearly saw that it was a teenage girl. She was actually wearing a white dress, but her body was emitting a faint red flame. The most obvious feature was the 2 long strands of hair that fluttered behind her. But what concerned him the most was that this girl was wearing sunglasses at night. Whoosh! As soon as Chiao Lily flew into the air, the flames all over her body ignited. Like a huge fire lotus blooming in the air, it lit up the surrounding dozens of meters. Along with the blossoming of her sparks, a burst of high temperature suddenly spread in all directions. The high altitude and the ground immediately sunk into a scorching environment, causing the air to be scorched. At the same time, a powerful energy aura spread out, directly suppressing the short captain who was closest to her. "You! Who are you?" Suppressed by Chiu Lily's sudden release of aura, the short leader's initially calm expression changed. He abruptly stopped in the air in front of Chiu Lily, his face revealing a shocked expression. He widened his eyes and stared at Chiu Lily, sizing her up hesitantly. "I'm from the all-living base, but you guys don't seem to have good intentions. Do you really think we can be bullied just because we are small in number and weak? Then we won't stand on ceremony." The sunglasses on Chiu Lily's face covered her black and red eyes, so the other party didn't know her zombie identity. Although her aura was very close to that of a level 8 arcanist, she had not yet entered the realm of level 8. But among the sevens, he was at the pinnacle. And the captain's energy aura was at level 7. But it wasn't the pinnacle, it could only be regarded as the strength of an intermediate level 7. So in front of Chiu Lily, who had released her aura, he seemed to be weak. More importantly, he didn't know the existence of a strong person like Chiu Lily. So when he was caught off guard, he was a little surprised. Fortunately, he was indeed a captain. Although he looked a little panicked, his heart quickly calmed down. After hearing Chiu Lily's extremely aggressive words, he immediately reacted. He took the initiative and rushed toward Chiu Lily, a strange aura coming from his body wrapped around him. Chiu Lily stood still and waved her hand. A cluster of flames separated from the huge sparks around her, but in the blink of an eye, it was sucked in by a strong gust of wind. Then, it turned into a small flaming tornado that sped towards the short captain. The fire tornado grew bigger and bigger, and the wind also became stronger. The strong wind produced a suction force. The captain felt that as the small tornado grew bigger, the sense of danger also became stronger. He knew that the energy in this attack couldn't be blocked, but the suction force of the tornado was also very strong. He wanted to escape, but his movement was restricted by the suction force. The captain's movement was restricted by the suction force of the tornado, so his dodging was obviously a lot slower. Just as he dodged a step too late, Chiu Lily's fire tornado hit him in the blink of an eye. However, after Chiu Lily's fire tornado smashed into the short man, a white mist suddenly gushed out from his body. The tornado exploded, but it didn't cause any actual damage to him. White mist? What kind of ability is this? Chiu Lily looked at the white mist floating around the short man's body in confusion. When the two in the sky opened up, the others had already met their opponents. When the captain's more than 100 people quickly spread out, they found that very soon, teams of people appeared in the surroundings silently and blocked them. The Chinese team originally had more than 10 people in each team, so they spread out. As a result, before they could rush out for more than 10 meters, they were surrounded by countless people in the surrounding darkness. Why are there so many of them? The woman led her team members, and her expression slightly sank. Her eyes looked at the people who blocked them in front of them in disbelief. Want to leave? Do you want to see if we agree? You want to come and go as you please? Our universal base doesn't have such a rule. If you want to leave, then leave your lives behind. The other side also turned around and said with a slightly hoarse woman's voice. The other side's voice wasn't very pleasant to hear, as if there was something wrong with her throat, with a kind of ear-piercing hoarseness. They could barely make out that it was a woman's voice. Soon, the other side's figures appeared. A group of people wearing camouflage military uniforms appeared in front of the woman with the short ponytail. They wore hats on their heads and a pair of sunglasses on their faces. Only the lower half of their faces and their mouths could be seen, and their faces gave off a mysterious feeling. Big talk. Then let's see if you have the strength to do so with so many people. The woman with the short ponytail put away the expression of disbelief on her face and stared coldly at the other side. Chapter 1274. Do it. Don't let any of them go. Yu Xiaoxian, who was standing in front of the Huaxiao woman in a ponytail, shouted coldly, and then waved a dense group of wind blades towards the woman. Jing Yan and Yan Xiao, who were next to her, disappeared in a flash, but soon appeared on the side of the opponent and waved their abilities to attack. Jing Yan and Yan Xiao were both fire elementalists, and they threw a huge fireball at the Huaxiao woman at the same time. The woman in the ponytail saw that Yu Xiaoxian was waving a wind blade, and she was glad in her heart. At the same time, she waved her hand to summon a huge wind wall to block in front of her. She was also wind elementalist. Since the opponent was also wind elementalist, as long as the opponent was not level 7, they could not do anything to her. Because under the leadership of Chiu Lily, all the zombies restrained their zombie aura, and tried to cover up their zombie identity with the aura of their ability. Therefore, when the Chinese paranormal sensed the attack energy released by Chiu Lily, they thought that they were just human paranormals. But it was strange why these people wore sunglasses at night. Did their glasses have any special function? However, the wind wall erected by the ponytail did not block the dense wind blades. Puff 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 dash, after the wind blades penetrated the wind wall, they did not slow down and stabbed towards the woman in the ponytail. What? The woman in the ponytail was shocked and she saw that her wind elementalist could not block the opponent. But soon she had no time to be surprised, because the next second, the wind blades were already cutting towards her. She hurriedly leaped and flew toward the empty space on the other side of the sky. However, before she could stop in the air, a leg swept down from her back without her noticing. Bang! Ha! The woman in the ponytail only had time to groan, and then she was hit to the ground with a bang. She had just flown tens of meters in the sky, and then she was hit from tens of meters in the sky, and directly hit to the ground. She did not even have time to react when she fell to the ground, so she fell hard. Coincidentally, he had smashed into the cement floor and was unable to get up for a while. Cough, cough, pft. The impact of her body on the concrete floor made her breath stuffy. She tried to prop herself up with her elbows, but as soon as she lifted her head, she spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, another gust of wind blades shot down from above her head. At this time, no one else could come to her rescue. She could only rely on herself to roll to the side with all her might. Puff 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 puff. Hundreds of wind blades hit the spot where she had been lying, directly creating a small densely packed pit in the muddy ground. Although the woman avoided the danger in time, her body was still cut by a few wind blades, and blood immediately gushed out. Only then did the others realize that none of the opponents they had accepted were weak. What's more, they outnumbered them by 2 to 3 times. This meant that each of them had to deal with 2 or 3 people of the same level. After realizing this, the faces of everyone in Huaxia became gloomy. On the other side, Chiu Lily also clashed with the short man. But the opponent was using fog. Although his fog might be special, it was completely useless against Chiu Lily's fire and wind energy. Chiu Lily looked at the fog around him getting thicker and thicker, and the opponent's figure quickly hid in the white fog. She immediately waved her hand, and a few huge tornadoes that connected the sky and the earth descended from the sky. Not only did they disperse the white fog released by the opponent, but they also blew the surrounding tall buildings and trees into the air. She waved her hand again, and threw a few flames into the tornadoes. The fire immediately grew stronger, and the surrounding sky was dyed fiery red. Soon, the figure of the short man appeared. Chiu Lily was also very surprised by his fog, because when he released it, his breath and smell disappeared. His aura and the scent on his body had disappeared. This was a very powerful concealment method. Even her zombie nose couldn't see through it. Fortunately, she used the combination of fire energy and wind energy to disperse the white fog. Otherwise, it would be difficult to lock onto him if he hid within a range of 700 to 800 meters. As soon as Chiu Lily saw the figure of the other party appear, she immediately brandished a flaming wind-fire blade and shot it towards him. Chiu Lily's level 7 energy control speed was 10 times faster than Yu Xiaoxian's level 6 energy control. In an instant, she arrived at the short man's location. Bang! Soon, the entire wall collapsed. However, the short man disappeared again. Chiu Lily squinted her eyes and sniffed the surroundings. Then, she turned her head and stared in one direction. In a flash, she chased after it. At this time, in the Universal Base, in another research lab next to the research lab of the second base. Holding a small tube, Shui Mingjun looked at the liquid inside and asked Yan Huiguang, who was staring at the data on the instrument, "Are you sure it will succeed this time?" Yan Huiguang stared at the instrument in front of him expressionlessly. Without turning his head, he said coldly, "Why don't you just take it and try it?" "Why are you asking me?" Shui Mingjun was already used to this kind of mocking face when he spoke. He used to be a person who didn't like to talk much, but now, every word he said was full of thorns. He didn't know who to blame. He thought for a while and said to himself, "But I'm not a zombie, how can I try it? I still have to find someone. Why don't I ask Ling Xiantong to let his wife try it?" Then, he took the tube of medicine and left the research lab. Then, he went to Ling Xuantong's research lab. Soon, he found Ling Xiantong in the corner of the lab. "Sigh, Minister Ling, come, I have something to discuss with you." Ling Xiantong looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" Shui Mingjun said directly, "Can you lend me your wife for a while?" Ling Xiantong frowned. Before he could say anything, Shui Mingjun immediately said, "Oh, don't misunderstand. Look at this." He raised the medicine in his hand to let Ling Xiantong notice it and said, "This is something that we've been researching for the past few days. If your wife succeeds in trying it out, she'll be able to use it. If your wife succeeds, then it will be a great help to the zombie army in this base." Hearing what he said, Ling Xiantong immediately became interested. He asked curiously, "What are you guys doing this time?" Chapter 1275. This is a medicine that allows the zombies in our base to avoid the sensors at the entrance of the base and enter the base like normal people. After all, when people from our base go to other bases, the zombies they bring can only stay outside the base. Other people don't have such a powerful space like our leader, so they definitely can't bring people in. So I asked Yan Huiguang to make this to try. This way, the zombies in our base can sneak into other bases, right? Shui Mingjun explained the medicine in his hand to Ling Xiantong. Yan Huiguang's work during the day was mainly at the medical center of base number 1. At night, when he was free, he would do some small research or occasionally help Ling Xiantong. Ling Xiantong held the medicine in his hand and asked, "Have you tested it?" If it was really as he said, it was indeed a good thing for the zombie army. At least they would have a higher chance of sneaking into other people's bases. Shui Mingjun shook his head. "No, we just came to you to borrow people to test it." Ling Xiantong looked at him. "It won't hurt the zombies, right?" That was his wife, how could he just let him borrow her to test the medicine? Shui Mingjun said with certainty, "It's not a problem. I only came to borrow people because I'm sure it's not a problem. Otherwise, I can just go out and grab a normal one. But it would take some time to go out and grab one. There was a suitable candidate in such a close place, so there was no need to go out and grab one. Anyway, this wasn't used to harm people, it was the same no matter who used it." Ling Xiantong looked at him suspiciously and didn't move. Seeing his expression, Shui Mingjun could only sigh. "All right then, I'll go find a nearby zombie to test it." After all, she was his wife, it was normal for him to be unwilling. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Ling Xiantong stopped him. Wait, I'll take this medicine to Lanxing first. She should be able to tell whether it's harmful or not. His wife was already a level 3 zombie now, so her senses were much stronger. So, she should be able to tell whether it was harmful or not just by smelling it herself. Then, he brought Shui Mingjun to the entrance of another lab and shouted, Lanxing, come out for a moment. The female zombie who was observing the experimental subjects turned around and looked at him with a pair of black eyes in confusion. Ling Xiantong waved at her. Come here, come here. The female zombie walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she saw him stretch out his hand, holding a glass test tube with some unknown liquid in it. See if you can use this. Ling Xiantong asked her. The female zombie took it, opened the cork, and sniffed it. He then looked at Ling Xiantong in confusion, not knowing what this was. She had basically seen all of Ling Xuantong's experiments, but she had never seen him do this before. Oh, that's what they made. They said that it can disable the virus sensor, so you guys can't detect the zombie's identity. Ling Xiantong knew what she was thinking when he saw her expression. He pointed at Shui Mingjun and explained. Then he said to Shui Mingjun, there should be no problem. Did you get the tester? Shui Mingjun shook his head. No, we have to let her try the door. Ling Xiantong said, I'll go too. Shui Mingjun nodded. Up to you. Ling Xiantong looked at the medicine in his wife's hand and asked, okay, how do we use this? Shui Mingjun said, drink it, it'll be fine in 3 minutes. Ling Xiantong nodded, then looked at Qi Lanxing and said, try it. Qi Lanxing glanced at him, then poured the medicine in her hand into her mouth. After 3 minutes, the others still didn't feel anything. However, her son, who had been lying beside Qi Lanxing's leg, had a confused expression on his face. It's quite lively outside the base now. Shui Mingjun turned his head and looked outside the base. It was the direction of Chiu Lily and the others' aura fluctuations. Ling Xiantong said calmly, it's those people from China who came looking for trouble. Shui Mingjun glanced at him. You know who they are. Ling Xiantong, I don't need to guess to know it's them. At this moment, Yan Huiguang also raised his head and looked in the direction of the large amount of energy fluctuations, then lowered his head to study his things as if it had nothing to do with him. He was sure that the other party couldn't detect his existence because he had installed an isolation device here. And he was the one who made it himself. So not only did the rank 7 metahuman from China not detect the existence of the rank 7 zombie king in the base, he also missed the existence of this rank 7 metahuman. But the moment Yan Huiguang raised his head, the battle outside the base was almost over. Puff, the short captain from China, was sent flying by a gust of wind from Chiu Lily. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he smashed into the wall of the building with a bam. How is this possible? The short man fell down the wall and looked at Chiu Lily in disbelief. Why was he unable to fight back even though they were both rank 7? From the very beginning, he had been on the receiving end of the beating. Chiu Lily didn't say much to him. She waved her hand and released a large number of sharp wind blades towards him. Puff puff puff, but just as Chiu Lily's wind blades shot down, the short man immediately released a very thick white mist. As soon as Chiu Lily heard the sound, she knew that her wind blades didn't hit the other party. At this time, the short man had disappeared from the original corner and appeared more than 100 meters away from Chiu Lily, rushing out in the direction of the outside. It seemed that he wanted to escape. Chiu Lily stood in the air and looked around, but for a moment, she couldn't sense the other party's existence. After a while, she focused her gaze and stared in a certain direction. Then, she scanned the surroundings. After confirming the overall situation, he also rushed over in a flash. The short man had already escaped a distance away, but Chiu Lily quickly caught up. Apart from him, half of the people brought by China with low strength were killed. The rest of the people also reacted at this time. They knew that their operation had gone wrong again. The other party unexpectedly had so many people. And each of them was stronger than them. It would not be good to fight them head-on. Retreat. The woman with the short ponytail was under the double attack of Yu Shaoxian and Jing Yan. She decisively shouted into the communicator while trying to find a way to escape. Chapter 1276. The rest of the people in Huaxia immediately scattered and did not want to fight anymore. Want to run? It's not that easy. Yu Shaoxian immediately scolded and rushed toward the woman with the short ponytail. He didn't even need to use his special ability. He directly kicked the other party. At this time, Jing Yan raised a huge fireball and smashed it in the direction of the woman's escape, successfully blocking the woman's way. Just when she was blocked, Yu Shaoxian's attack also arrived. The woman with the short ponytail heard the sound of the air breaking. When she looked back, she saw that Yu Shaoxian's foot wearing a special military shoe had already kicked down. Looking at the momentum and speed, if she was hit by this kick, it was estimated that she would not have a good ending. She immediately hurriedly dodged to the side. However, after Yu Shaoxian's first kick did not hit, she turned in the air and instantly kicked the woman a second time. This kick was launched when she turned around. Her movement was very fast, and the woman with the short ponytail had no time to dodge this kick. Puff, she could only raise her hands in front of her face to block Yu Shaoxian's kick. Crack, but after Yu Shaoxian's kick hit her, she felt the bones in her forearm that was blocking outside crack. Her bones were directly broken. Ah! The woman with the short ponytail screamed in pain from the broken bones. Her whole body was kicked back a few meters. But before she landed, a figure suddenly appeared behind her, reached out and directly inserted the whole hand directly into her back. Puff! After the woman with the short ponytail stopped, she couldn't believe it and looked down at the bloody hand that penetrated her chest. There were 5 long sharp claws on the fingers. This is not a human hand. The woman with the short ponytail finally realized what this hand represented, but soon, the other hand directly inserted 5 fingers into her head and then forcefully broke it. Crack! Wow, do you need to be so violent? You like to break people's heads. Yu Shaoxian landed beside Jing Yan and looked at her. Her left hand was stuck in the woman's headless corpse, and her right hand was holding a head, which was dripping with blood. I wouldn't do it to others, but I can't help but want to do it to her. Jing Yan looked like a female Shura at that moment. Her whole body's aura was a bit violent. The red light in his black eyes fluctuated violently. When Yu Shaoxian heard this, she was immediately surprised. Hey! It can't be, right? Or do you know him? Puff! Jing Yan crushed the head in her hand with a single hand. She took the energy crystal core and shook it. He then threw the corpse of the other hand onto the ground and said, I do know him. After that, she turned around and jumped away, not giving Yu Shaoxian a chance to gossip. On the other side, before the short man could run a few hundred meters, Chiu Lily threw a huge fireball at his head. Boom! The huge fireball that was 4 or 5 meters wide exploded at his position, and half of the trees and houses there collapsed. However, the short man was not hit. He rolled more than 10 meters away to avoid being hit. His body was shrouded in a thin layer of white mist that lingered around him as if it was glued to his body. It was this layer of fog that hid his aura. Moreover, he could clearly sense the enemy's movements and attack intentions, so he could dodge most of Chiu Lily's attacks. Why have you been hiding? Don't you have any means of attack? Chiu Lily felt that this person was very strange. Since the other party was sent to carry out a mission, he had been either avoiding her attacks or running away from the beginning. She didn't notice it before, but now she kind of realized it. He was luring her out, and she guessed that he had some backup plan. Thinking that the other party had some kind of conspiracy, Chio Lily could only open her mouth to draw out the other party's means. Looking back, she found that the two of them were now a little away from the battlefield. Hearing Chio Lily's words, the short man really stood up. His expression also became a little fierce. He stared at Chio Lily and said, "I'm afraid that if I use my attack, you won't be able to play anymore." His aura suddenly became strong, and he didn't look as embarrassed as before. After the short man finished speaking, he raised his hands, and the fog around his body suddenly spread out like a poisonous fog with him as the center. Furthermore, the white mist gradually turned yellow. However, in Chio Lily's eyes, she couldn't see any color. In her eyes, it was grayish-white. However, she could see that the fog was getting thicker. There was also a pungent smell coming from the fog, although she didn't sense any danger from it. Although she didn't feel that it was dangerous, it was obviously not something good. Just when Chio Lily felt that the fog was getting thicker, and the range was getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, and she quickly dodged to the side. Bang! A silver light shot toward her from behind along with the sound of a gunshot. Then, when she dodged, it brushed past her side. Chio Lily could feel the strong destructive power of the bullet. If she was hit, it would probably pierce a hole through her. The kind that couldn't be blocked even if she wanted to. Moreover, the other party used the white fog to spread and thicken to divert her attention. She didn't know when he sneaked behind her and used this kind of weapon to attack her. What was even more unexpected was that the other party actually took out a weapon that could threaten her. "You actually dodged it. I didn't know that your perception was so strong. You actually didn't get confused by the poisonous gas in my poisonous fog. Not bad. Why don't you not stay in this small base? Come back to Huaxia with me. You'll get better treatment than here." The short man stood on the top of a tall building behind Chio Lily and looked at Chio Lily seriously. Chio Lily floated in the air, and her whole body was burning with flames. She frowned and sneered disdainfully, "Who wants to go to your bullshit Huaxia? Sikong Chen doesn't deserve to be a Huaxia person at all. Let him die." As she spoke, she suddenly waved her hand, and a red fire dragon rushed out from the sparks around her, pouncing towards the short man with its claws and fangs bared. The short man immediately leaped up, and a thick layer of fog surged out from his body again. Every time one of them escaped from the battlefield and tried to run away, Zhang Xian's eyes widened. A black shadow would suddenly appear in the darkness, then silently pouncing down from behind that person with flashing claws and a mouthful of sharp teeth. Oh! Another level 6 paranormal was pounced on by a 3-meter-long panther with a 3-meter-long tail, and a large black panther pounced on him and killed him. Pooey! The big black leopard spat and thought about how it had bitten so many people tonight. Would Chio Lily complain about his foul mouth? But when he instinctively pounced on his prey, he wanted to bite it. By the time he reacted, his mouth was already full of blood. Chapter 1277. At this time, the group of Huaxia people on the outskirts of Haiqing, who should have taken action, did not move at this time. Instead, they stayed where they were, discussing a situation they had just discovered. "Are you sure this is true? Why would Wu Qingyue put the two children in that small base? Isn't it safer in Haiqing?" The man in the field uniform looked at another man in puzzlement. The man he was looking at had some beard on his chin. He said, "This is what I have inquired, but I haven't been able to find the two children in Haiqing. I suspect that Wu Qingyue sent the two children to this base because he has sent them many times before. And in the past 6 months, even if his son has not been born, his daughter has often been sent to the base. He didn't let his most trusted Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu look after them. The man in the field uniform crossed his arms in front of his chest and bowed his head in thought. Even if we can't find the aura of the 2 kids in the whole of Haiqing, we can't be sure that they have gone to another base, right? After all, Haiqing is so big. It's easy to hide 2 children. Should we send someone to inform the captain and see if he has found anything? The bearded man said after thinking for a while. The man in the field uniform asked him, "What should we do next?" The bearded man rubbed his beard with his hand and said in a low voice, "Since the mission information doesn't match, we can give up this mission. After all, although there are not many people in Haiqing with strength, they still have a lot of people. We haven't determined the target, so there's no need to really fight with them. It's better to help the captain finish the mission at the base first." The man in the field uniform looked at the others present and asked, "What do you think?" "I agree. Agree. Agree." The others nodded in response, indicating that they would do as the bearded man said. "Okay, since you've agreed. Let's immediately move to the base." The man in the field uniform immediately made a decision and nodded. Then they immediately turned around and began to gather their own people. After that, they got into the car and moved to the base. At this time, the base was already in a fierce battle. Elmar, who had been hiding in another direction to intercept, turned around and quietly sneaked toward another nearby ability user who was preparing to escape. This level 5 paranormal was glad that there were no pursuers behind him, and there was no one around. Thinking that he must have escaped for the time being, he was about to heave a sigh of relief. In the end, a transparent figure silently snuck up to the tree behind him and jumped down. 2 claws pierced through the top of his head. Pfft! Before the man could hear the scream, his expression froze. Gotcha! Elmar lifted his skull and fished out a grade 5 energy crystal core from a pile of red and white brain matter. TSK, the energy cores of metahumans seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. She took the energy core and wiped it on the corpse. She looked at the energy inside the core and showed a look of disgust. She frowned and put it into her zippered pocket. Then, she looked up and jumped to the top of a tall building. She then looked around to see if there was anyone else who wanted to escape. She was on one side, and Lin Kuei was on the other. On the other side was the direction of the base, so the Chinese people were trapped in a triangular position. Of course, there were not only 2 level 7 zombies blocking the way, there was also a group of level 6 and level 5 zombies waiting. Not long after, except for the short man who was the strongest, the others were cleaned up one after another. Bang, bang, bang dash, the short man fired 3 shots at Chiu Lily's fire dragon. Boom dash, then he saw Chiu Lily's huge fire dragon suddenly explode. His bullets could actually detonate Chiu Lily's energy. Chiu Lily's fire dragon was actually destroyed by his gun. Her expression immediately became unhappy. Her little face puffed up as she pouted and snorted. She waved her hand and released another fire dragon, but this fire dragon came in contact with the energy of a fire ability. Whoosh whoosh, the huge fire dragon charged towards the short man at an even faster speed than before with a gust of wind. This was not the end. Chiu Lily waved her hand left and right again. Immediately, 4 or 5 similar fire dragons appeared and rushed toward the man. The short man did not panic. Instead, he calmly dodged and continued to persuade her, "Calm down and think about what I just said. There are only so many people in this base, and they rely on Haiqing to survive. You are only a level 7 paranormal, so you are at a disadvantage here. What can that woman give you? What she can give, China can give you, and it's double." As he spoke, he waved a thick fog with one hand and shot at the fire dragons with the other. Boom, Boom, boom dash, his every shot was very accurate, directly destroying 4 of Chiu Lily's fire dragons. As for the remaining one, he disappeared into the dense fog in a flash, and the fire dragon immediately lost its target. Chiu Lily could not sense the direction of his breath, so she could only control the fire dragon to fly in the air. Just as she lost her target, a figure suddenly flashed behind her on a tall building, raised a gun, and shot at her back. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, the bullet flew at a rapid speed and was less than 2 meters away from Chiu Lily's back. Roar dash! At this time, an angry beast suddenly roared from behind the short man. The short man suddenly turned around. A huge black shadow of a beast swung its claws that gleamed with a cold light and pounced towards him. He hurriedly threw himself to the ground and rolled away, dodging the beast's shadow. Whoosh! The beast missed, then fell to the ground with a gust of wind. Then it turned its head, and a pair of vertical eyes stared at him. But the big black panther only stared at him for a second, then turned its head to look at Chiu Lily in the sky. At this time, Chiu Lily was still standing in the air, then pointed at the short man and shouted at the black panther, "What are you looking at me for? Bite him." Seeing that Chiu Lily was fine, the black panther immediately turned around and swung its long black tail at the short man. Even if the other side wanted to sneak attack from behind, Chiu Lily's reaction was not slow. Therefore, she dodged sideways without any surprise and avoided the bullet. But the scene of the bullet hitting her back was seen by Lin Kuei, who came to help, and he was shocked. Chapter 1278. Looking at the big black panther that suddenly appeared, the short man retreated to a safe distance and said in surprise, "Huh? You can train mutant beasts? Not bad. But I don't know if it can withstand my poisonous mist." Saying that, the short man waved in Lin Kuei's direction, and a thick yellow mist was released. Logically speaking, regardless of whether it was humans or mutant beasts, his poison mist ability would have an obvious effect. But soon, he was surprised to find that the black panther calmly walked out of his poisonous mist. Then it bared its teeth at him, growled in a low voice, and leaped towards him. How? Impossible. Looking at the big black panther leaping up, the short man's expression changed. He stared at him in disbelief, while not forgetting to keep a distance from Lin Kuei. Roar dash! The black panther leaped towards him lightly, landed on the edge of the roof, and stared at him. It was looking for the best time to attack. So it's a level 7 mutant beast, no wonder it didn't react to my poisonous mist. The short man stared at Lin Kuei up close, only to find that the black panther's breath was not weaker than his. Looking at a level 7 dual ability user on one side and a level 7 mutant beast on the other, the short man had to be cautious, and his expression became much more serious. What's going on? Lily, it's fine if you can't handle him alone, but why can't you handle him with 2 people? At this time, Elmar appeared on the roof of the stairwell behind the short man, and asked in confusion. His mist is a bit special, and the weapon in his hand is very powerful. The opponent's mist could hide his breath and figure, and the gun could also dissipate her level 7 ability attack. It was not a simple weapon. Although Chiu Lily did not want to admit it, it was the truth. As long as the opponent's weapon was still there, the ability attack would not have any effect on him. She could only use close-range attacks to deal with him. But her abilities were all long-range attacks, and as a neat freak, she was not willing to use her claws to attack the enemy unless it was a critical moment. In that case, I'll deal with him. After Elmar understood what Chiu Lily meant, her figure immediately disappeared. After seeing Elmar appear, the short man's face turned ugly. Who was the one who said that apart from the female leader, there was only one other level 7 arcanist in this base? He seemed to have said it himself before. But where did these rank 7 arcanists come from? How could a small base like this have the ability to keep these rank 7 metahumans? Moreover, Elmar's appearance gave him a premonition of danger. She was also a perceptive type, and when she appeared behind him just now, he didn't sense it at all. This meant that the other party had some kind of skill that could avoid his Esper perception. It was the same type as him. After Elmar said that to the short man, she disappeared. The short man immediately felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a beast. You have to get rid of the weapon in his hand first. Chiu Lily shouted in the direction of Shorty. Then, she retreated a distance away and started watching the battle. When Elmar disappeared, Lin Kuei also leaped off the roof of the building and sat down to watch the battle like Chiu Lily. Not long after, Lin Feng also appeared to watch the battle. The short man saw that he was surrounded by 3 level 7 arcanists and a level 7 mutant beast. He had no chance of winning at all, even if he had the latest weapon developed by China, his chances were not high. He pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was already planning how to escape. This time, he was really going to retreat, and not like before, to lure the enemy into a false retreat. Just as he was cautiously looking left and right, ready to be ambushed, Elmar, who was invisible, was crawling on the ground. Her entire body had begun to transform into a beast, and her hands and legs had turned into claws covered in scales. Hard, sharp thorns grew from the joints of her forearms. Her tail was curled up into a circle, and she slowly crawled towards him. The short man kept a close eye on his surroundings while continuously releasing his mist. His mist also caused Elmar to lose track of his aura. Seeing the thick mist covering the top of her body, Elmar immediately stopped crawling. She did not know if the strange mist could detect her in her invisible state, but she heard from Chiu Lily that her mist was a little special, so Elmar had to be more cautious before acting. The entire roof was quickly covered by a thick layer of mist, so thick that one could not even see their own fingers. The short man's figure blended into the thick mist and disappeared without a trace. Elmar stayed where she was for a while, waiting to see if the poisonous mist had any effect on her. The short man quietly changed his position in the thick mist, desperately trying to detect the existence of Elmar, but at the same time, he was afraid that he would be discovered by the other party. He wanted to spread the thick mist more and more, and when it could cover a few miles around here, he would have a chance to escape. It would take some time for his mist to spread to such a large range, and he could not be discovered by the other party during the process. And the important thing was that now his mist could not detect the existence of the enemy at all. But he knew that the other party was in his mist. In the thick mist, the short man could sense the enemy's aura and position through the airflow and touching the enemy's body, but at this time, it did not work. So after the two sides were not sure of each other's position, one lay quietly in place, and the other moved around silently. One was moving, and the other was quiet. Of course, for the others watching the battle outside, there was only a thick mist in front of them, and they could not see anything. Hey, tell me, what hatred do you have with that woman? On the other side, Yu Shaoxian, who had already cleaned up the battlefield, followed behind Jing Yan. She could not hold back her curiosity, so she could only chase after Jing Yan and ask her. Although the number of human beings had been reduced by 90%, there were still millions of people in several bases. So this time, it was such a coincidence that they met an enemy among the invading enemies. It was fate. Jing Yan looked at her grumpily. Why are you so curious? Were you a reporter before? Yu Shaoxian looked at her in surprise. Huh? How did you know? Jing Yan was stunned, then looked at her speechlessly. I just guessed, no way. Were you really a reporter before? Oh. Chapter 1279. Yu Shaoxian shrugged and said to her, what's so strange about that? Don't worry about me. What's the relationship between you and that woman? Jing Yan looked at her and was silent for a few seconds. Then she asked her a question, how did you die? Yu Xiaoxian was stunned for a moment when she was asked this question. Then she sighed and said in a slightly depressed tone, me. I was used as a meat shield to block the zombies and was pushed into the zombie horde. Jing Yan found a flat stone and sat down. Then she said, I'm different from you. That woman was actually my cousin. It was because of her that I became a zombie. Yu Xiaoxian nodded, oh, relatives. Then what? How did you become a zombie because of her? Jing Yan's eyes became cold, and she said, you were pushed into the middle of the zombie horde, and I was secretly smeared with the zombies' blood when I was injured. Then I slowly became cold and became a zombie. Is it that woman just now? Yu Xiaoxian asked her curiously. Jing Yan shook her head, no, she was just the person who secretly ordered it. It was someone else who did it. Yu Xiaoxian said, wow, so you killed her so easily. Did you vent your hatred? If I had known earlier, I would have caught her alive, then tortured her and killed her to vent my hatred. But isn't she your cousin? Why did she let others harm you? The relationship between the two of you has already deteriorated to such an extent. Although she asked this, she had probably guessed a few possibilities in her heart. If it wasn't for food, it was probably for men. Otherwise, that woman wouldn't have done such a thing in secret. Jing Yan shook her head. My relationship with her was just a so-so. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. After the disaster came, because I awakened my superpower first, I protected her and her family at first. At first, they protected her and her family while they searched for a survival camp. But later, they met another group of people. There was a man in that group who was also a paranormal, and he was the strongest. The woman fell in love with that man, but the man didn't like her. That man fell for you, didn't he? Listening to her, Yu Xiaoxian could almost guess the next plot. That woman fell in love with that man, but that man fell in love with her cousin, Jing Yan. As time went by, she started to feel jealous of her cousin, Jing Yan. In this post-apocalyptic world, family and friendship were all made of plastic. You'll break it in minutes. In fact, the reason that the woman had taken a fancy to the man was because she wanted the man's position to protect her own position in the post-apocalyptic world. Because Jing Yan said that the man was the strongest at that time, he must be a leader. It was easy to imagine the benefits of following a man who led an entire team. So after that man fell in love with Jing Yan, her cousin started to hate her. He must have found a chance to attack her at the very last moment. When Jing Yan heard what she said, she fell silent and didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoxian asked curiously, do you still know anything about that man? Is it in Huaxia? This woman was from Huaxia, which meant that the people from that team had gone to the Huaxia survival base. Jing Yan was silent for a few seconds, then said, he's dead. Yu Xiaoxian looked at her in surprise, you even went to investigate. It seems that you have feelings for that man. Don't talk about me, what about you? You've recovered your memory, haven't you thought about finding those people who pushed you into the zombies to take revenge? Jing Yan didn't want to talk about that man with her. That man was already dead, and he didn't even have the chance to become a zombie. He was entangled to death by a mutant plant, and in the end, even his body became the plant's nourishment. So there was no point in talking about it now. Yu Xiaoxian sighed and said I didn't want to find him, it must be a lie. There's still no news, I'm waiting. They'd better be alive, so I can find a chance to slowly kill them. Let them taste the fear of being bitten to death by countless zombies. When she said the last sentence, she suddenly laughed sinisterly. Jing Yan suddenly looked her up and down, and asked her, but weren't you pushed into the zombies? Why don't I see any injuries on your body and face? Yu Shaoxian sighed again, and said, yes, you didn't see Jin Jiuyang's body, at that time the zombie's attack was blocked by him. Fortunately, his face wasn't too badly damaged. Jin Jiuyang was the male zombie who followed Qiu Lily with her, and was also her partner. When the two of them were pushed into the zombies, Jin Jiuyang protected her under his body, and then because of Qiu Lily's timely appearance, those zombies were driven away. The two of them didn't end up in the worst situation, but turning into zombies was unavoidable at that time. Still haven't found the traces of the other party. Which survival base did you go to? Jing Yan asked her curiously. Yu Shaoxian said, at that time we went to the Earth Dragon base, now the Earth Dragon base has been destroyed. The survivors in the base have already been scattered to other bases. Jing Yan nodded, that's a bit difficult to find, and you only recovered your memory in this half a year. If you can meet the current leader earlier, and get your memory back earlier, maybe it will be easier to find. Yu Shaoxian nodded, she stood up, and said, let's go see what's going on with that hard bone that even Lily and the others haven't been able to bite off. Jing Yan turned her head and sensed the breath of Qiu Lily and the others, and found that although the breath of the person from China had disappeared, Qiu Lily and the others were still in the same place. This meant that the person was not dead yet. Also, Elmar's breath had disappeared, but it was probably not because she was killed, but because she went into stealth mode. With this, they knew that the person over there had not been killed yet. Well, for level 7 metahumans, but they still couldn't kill a level 7 metahuman. It seemed that the leader was also very special. Jing Yan also stood up, and the two of them turned around and flashed towards the battlefield. At this time, Elmar and the short man were in a deadlock on the roof, both sides were testing each other's breath. As the fog thickened, the short man began to slowly move towards the edge of the building, trying to see if he could take the opportunity to slip away. After lying down for a while, Elmar realized that the other party could not sense her in the fog, and slowly began to move. Are the two of them playing hide and seek in there? It's been so long, and there's no movement at all. Qiu Lily murmured curiously, and also stared at the fog, trying to find the figure of the short man. But even if she had night vision, all she could see was a white fog, and she could not see anyone. Chapter 1280. The two people in the white fog used their invisibility skills, like two blind people trying to feel each other's breath. The short man was slowly moving towards the edge, and Elmar was originally at the edge. The two of them moved around without a plan, but they didn't think that they would end up in the same place. Elmar was slowly crawling, and suddenly a foot stepped on one of her front paws. The two of them stopped at the same time, and time seemed to stop. Elmar silently turned her head and stared at the other person's foot. Sorry, you stepped on me. The short man's mind was filled with thousands of alpacas. Fuck, is it too late for me to take my foot back now? Although there were a lot of thoughts in his mind, in the next second, Elmar suddenly jumped up and pounced towards the other person. Her whole body also appeared, and her sharp claws instantly grabbed towards the other person's stomach and throat. The short man's reaction was also very fast, but his movement was a bit slower than Elmar's. Seeing that it was too late to avoid the other person's claws, he could only reflexively use his hands to block the other person's claws. Pooh dash, after Elmar caught the other person, she was also kicked by the other person. She bent her knee to block the other person's foot, but at the same time, her body was kicked backwards. Pooh dash, Elmar's body and the horse's tail were knocked backwards, and she nimbly twisted her body and landed on the ground after a wave of air fluctuations. When she raised her head, she lost sight of the short man again. But she didn't get angry, instead, she happily licked the blood on her claws. Very good, she was scratched by her. Then just wait to be turned into a zombie. The level 7 Zombie King's virus took effect very quickly. Just in the blink of an eye, the fog on the roof began to quickly dissipate. After only 3 seconds, the short man's figure appeared. He squatted on one leg under the fence at the edge of the roof, one hand covering the other injured forearm, and looked at his wound with a panicked expression. Bright red blood flowed out of the wound, but in the dark night, the original color couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, the short man clearly felt a cold chill spreading from the wound through his entire body. Just now, he could already feel the blood, muscles, and even the bones in his hands turning cold. Your claws are poisonous. He abruptly turned his head and stared at Elmarch. After letting out a cry of surprise, he suddenly used his uninjured hand to search his body a few times. Then, he took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket, opened the lid, and poured it into his mouth. Elmarch stood up, her tail wagging behind her. She sneered, "Do you think this is just an ordinary poison? The antidote is useless." After taking the medicine, the short man found that his whole body was still cold, and it wasn't just his hands that were cold. His 2 shoulders and chest began to shiver, making it hard for him to breathe. He gasped for breath and realized that the condition of his body did not improve. Instead, it was getting worse. He couldn't help but shake his head and murmur in panic. Impossible. Impossible. The antidote developed by China can temporarily suppress most poisons, except for the zombie virus, and the poison carried by the underground creatures. It's impossible that it has no effect. Although China's antidote couldn't cure all poisons, it could temporarily suppress the effects of the poison. It was developed by a group of top medical experts in China. It could be said to be a very precious antidote. It was unique to China. Especially for level 7 paranormals like them, as long as the antidote could suppress the poison, they could use their paranormal energy to slowly force the poison out, or suppress the poison together. At least they wouldn't have to worry about death. It was because the effect of the previous test was good, but now it didn't work on him. This made the short man panic. Not to mention the effect of the antidote, even his own energy began to not listen to him. His body became colder and colder, causing him to unconsciously shrink into a bowl. Even the gun in his hand was thrown to the ground, and he didn't have the mood to care. Elmar turned back into her human form, but when she transformed, her sleeves and the bottom of her pants were torn. She did not respond to his words, but her figure directly disappeared on the spot. Seeing that Elmar disappeared, the short man immediately became vigilant. But his condition was not good enough. He couldn't even release his paranormal, let alone Elmar who he couldn't see. But as a level 7 paranormal, he didn't lose his sense of danger. A chill ran down his spine all the way to the back of his head, causing him to subconsciously jump out and roll to the other side without knowing which direction he was going. Whoosh! Elmar's figure appeared and pounced on his original position. She waved her claws and stopped, turned around to look at him, and then disappeared. He can still dodge Elmar's attack like this. It seems that this guy from China has some skills. Yu Xiaoxian couldn't help but sigh when she saw the short man dodge Elmar's attack while she was invisible. So what? He won't live for long anyway. He's already infected with the zombie virus, Jing Yan said indifferently. Elmar wasn't in a hurry. She wanted to exhaust this level 7 paranormal and see how long he could last under her virus. The zombie virus had spread throughout his body under his movement. The cold feeling was as if he was walking in the air with his clothes off and the temperature was tens of degrees below zero. The short man's steps became more unstable. He leaned against the wall on the other side and kept moving forward. He turned his head and stared in Elmar's direction, trying to distance himself from her. He knew that he was going to die here. Even if he could escape from the short-haired girl, the other enemies around him wouldn't let him go so easily. Just as he was holding on to the fence and moving forward, he turned his head and stared at Elmarch. He suddenly thought of something and had an idea. That's right, the antidote he drank could suppress any virus except for the zombie virus and the poison carried by the underground creatures. But it didn't work now. Did that mean that the poison was the zombie virus? He thought of Elmar's attack and thought that he was a natural beast paranormal. But now that he thought about it, her attack was similar to that of a zombie. And the key was her nails. And she was wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Are you not human? He just realized this and stared at Elmar in shock. But before he could finish his sentence, there was nothing under his feet. He could only watch helplessly as he fell straight down from the hole in the encirclement that had been blown up long ago. If he remembered correctly, this building should be more than 20 stories high. Elmar. Chapter 1281. Bang! Everyone was speechless when they saw the short man fall from the side of the building. With an indescribable expression on her face, Elmar moved closer to the gap at the edge of the building and peeked down. Chio Lily said, "He didn't just fall to his death, did he?" Lin Kuei sat down and said, "Elmar's zombie virus completely suppressed his ability, and he was a little shocked when he fell." "I'm not sure." Lin Feng said, "Cough, Meng Meng. What's going on?" Elmar looked down and then turned around. Speechless, she spread her hands and said, "He's dead." The body of the man below smashed onto the concrete floor, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The sweet smell of blood was strong, but the smell of the man was gone. Everyone was speechless. It was an embarrassing way to die. Elmar jumped down. She sensed the body up close, and sure enough, he was dead. She looked at his head that had been smashed open, then looked left and right before picking up a stick. He then rummaged through the skull that had already been smashed, and picked out a shining level 7 energy core. Soon, Lin Feng and the others landed on the ground and looked at her. Although it is said that the bodies of ability users are very strong, this fall from tens of meters high just happened to hit the head. Without the protection of energy and being unable to control one's own body, a level 7 ability user could indeed fall to his death. After all, without his ability, a superhuman is just an ordinary person. Lin Feng looked at the body on the ground. His head was smashed, and his energy core was taken. He couldn't even turn into a zombie this time. Chio Lily was holding the weapon that the short man used. No one knew when she picked it up. But their weapons are getting more and more powerful. It seems that if they continue to develop, in a few years, Washia's strength will really be able to dominate all the major bases in the country. She turned the gun over and over in her hand, and said with a serious expression. Lin Feng squatted down and searched the short man's body. He took all the weapons and confiscated them. Everyone thought that their mission was complete, and they were ready to turn around and go back. However, just as they turned around and took a few steps, they all stopped in their tracks. Then, they glanced at each other before disappearing in the blink of an eye. The next second, they collectively appeared on top of a tall building and looked in the direction of Sea City. Aren't these people going to attack Sea City? Why did they suddenly change locations? Did they change their plans? Lin Feng frowned slightly as he stared into the distance in the dark night. Elmar snorted coldly, "Who cares? If they dare to come, then let them send their heads to us. There are only a few hundred of them anyway." Chio Lily narrowed her eyes and said unhappily, "They are so annoying." Elmar turned around and shouted to the group of zombies that appeared out of nowhere, "Prepare to move again. This time, it's our turn to attack." We don't need to wait for them to come. Do you really think we're easy to bully? You're coming in groups after groups. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Kuei and Chiu Lily disappeared. Elmar turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Do you want to go? Lin Feng shook his head. No, I'll stay. Anyway, they're just 2 level 7 zombies. I believe you guys don't need my help. Oh, that's it then. Just wait for our good news. Elmar nodded her head when she heard him say so. She leaped up and disappeared. As the 3 level 7 zombies left, the surrounding zombies also flashed to follow them. Very soon, everyone was gone, and the night wind blew with strange cries. At this time, Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue, who were in China, were in the space with the 2 children in Lin Qiao's bedroom in the small building. The 2 children who were supposed to be asleep were still awake, especially Tingting, who had a serious expression on his face. Can't you see what the problem is? Will there be any unexpected situations in the future? Seeing little Tingting's expression, Wu Qingyue's expression also became worried. Then, he looked at Lin Qiao, who was sitting on the sofa. Lin Qiao was sitting on the sofa, and Wu Yueling was lying on her lap with her eyes closed. Lin Qiao's hand moved from her head to her back as if she was stroking a cat, but her eyes were fixed on Tingting, who was sitting in Wu Qingyue's arms. Compared to Wu Qingyue and his son, Lin Qiao was calm. She said, according to my hunch, even if there's a problem, it shouldn't be now. Anyway, this body isn't mine, so it's normal for there to be a problem now. Tingting crossed his 2 short hands in front of his chest, frowning and thinking about something. After hearing Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao's words, he came back to his senses. He said hesitantly, since Mama can feel it, it should be about the same. But from my point of view, it's actually good for Mama. But the premise is that Mama has to survive the unknown situation. Wu Qingyue looked down at him in confusion. Why? Do you feel anything? Tingting suddenly let out a long sigh. I can't sense Mama's body clearly now, but I have a rough guess. It's because this body wasn't Mama's, so Mama's consciousness and spiritual power didn't completely integrate into this body from the beginning. That is to say, Mama didn't completely control it. Now that Mama's zombie level has increased, it actually means that the strength of this body has also increased. This body is a zombie, and her zombie-like nature hasn't completely disappeared. Hearing such a long string of words, Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue immediately had a feeling of awakening. Lin Qiao said, "You mean, the strength of this body has become stronger. Its nature, that is, its autonomous instinct, wants to wake up and then compete with me for the control of this body?" Tingting thought for a moment and nodded, but soon shook his head. More or less. Well, it shouldn't be as simple as competing with you. It might eat you. Hearing his answer, Lin Qiao didn't know what to say for a while. However, Wu Qingyue was more concerned about other issues. You mean that the instinct in her body now wants to eat Lin Qiao as her strength becomes stronger? Then, if it succeeds, will your Mama? Tingting raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao. Mama may no longer be Mama. Lin Qiao nodded and said thoughtfully, that is to say, I will lose my consciousness and reason and become a zombie without humanity, right? Chapter 1282. Lin Qiao's words made Wu Qingyue's face sink. Tingting also nodded with a gloomy expression, that's about it. But your body's nature hasn't completely awakened yet. It will slowly wake up, and it needs a process. It may not be too serious at first. So as long as you can suppress it as much as possible, Mama, you won't become a zombie. But this is not a long-term solution, is it? No matter how I suppress it, in the end, I will only encounter a greater rebound. At that time, I don't know if I can suppress it. Lin Qiao knew what Tingting wanted to express in the last words, so she directly opened her mouth and said. Tingting pursed his lips and did not say anything, but his eyes had already shown that Lin Qiao was right. Although this is all my intuition, it's probably like this. Although he only roughly guessed it, don't forget that his intuition was very accurate. Thinking of Lin Qiao becoming a zombie without reason and humanity, Tingting felt sad. Wu Qingyue's expression was also very gloomy, but he still remembered what Tingting had just said. But Tingting, you just said that this is still good for Lin Qiao. What's going on? Do you mean that if she can defeat the zombie instinct in her body, this body will completely belong to her? According to Tingting, the instinct awakened by this body becoming a zombie was the instinct of a zombie. Maybe there were some obsessions and thoughts of Lu Tianyu in it. Tingting nodded repeatedly. Well, as long as Mama can defeat the nature of this body, then of course this body will belong to Mama. I can feel that Mama has half a chance of survival in the current crisis, and it's not completely bad. Hearing what he said, both Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue were slightly relieved. The two not only looked up at each other, but also at the children in each other's arms at the same time. After glancing at Wu Yueling, Wu Qingyue stared deeply at Lin Qiao. Then he lowered his head and touched Tingting's head, and said firmly to him, "Don't worry, Daddy is here. Daddy won't let anything happen to your Mama. I will definitely find a way to help her get rid of the instinct in her body." Lin Qiao smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you say that there was still a 50% chance of survival? That means that I also have a great chance. And for you, I won't let myself disappear into this body." Although little Tingting didn't say what would happen to her soul consciousness if Lin Qiao failed in the end and the zombie instincts of this body awakened, however, except for Wu Yueling who did not understand what they were talking about, everyone knew that if Lin Qiao failed, she would never wake up from another person's body again. Wu Yueling did not understand what they meant by instinct and nature, but she could feel that her papa and Tingting's expressions were very heavy. She also realized that her new Mama had probably encountered something bad. Although she realized it, she didn't know what to do. Therefore, he could only lie on Lin Qiao's lap and hug her thigh. In his heart, he was hoping that Mama would get better soon. Wu Qingyue hugged little Tingting and said, "I believe that your Mama is not that weak, she can defeat the zombie instinct of that body. Even if you're suppressed by the opponent for the time being, your Mama won't disappear so easily, right?" With that, he looked at little Tingting and asked the last question. Little Tingting hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, Mama is the best." Wu Qingyue touched his head and said, "Okay, go to sleep. Tomorrow you will be separated from me temporarily. Sleep with Papa and Mama tonight, okay? The four of us will sleep here, and the bed is just big enough." Glancing at Lin Qiao's spacious bed, Wu Qingyue smiled and stood up with little Tingting, then walked over to the bed. "Sleep together. Sleep together." Hearing Wu Qingyue's words, the most excited one was not little Tingting. It was Wu Yueling who was on Lin Qiao's lap. She suddenly bounced up from Lin Qiao's lap, then her little face beamed and she kept saying these 3 words happily. Looking at her cute look, Lin Qiao couldn't help but smile and pat her head. Okay, let's sleep together." Wu Yueling immediately turned around happily and ran to the bed, then quickly kicked off her shoes and climbed into bed. She always remembered the idea of sleeping with her father and Mama, but because her Mama didn't sleep at all, she had never realized it. Lin Qiao looked at her with a smile. "How much do you want to sleep with us?" With that, she stood up, turned around and walked to the bathroom. "You two go to bed first. We'll take a bath first and then sleep with you." Wu Qingyue immediately smiled. "Do you want to take a bath together? It saves time and water." Lin Qiao looked back at him. "Go away. Do I need to save water?" Seeing Lin Xiao enter the bathroom and close the door, Wu Qingyue regretfully put little Ting Ting on the bed. He looked at the two of them and asked, "When do you think I can give you another younger sister or brother?" Wu Yueling's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that there was going to be another brother or brother. Little Ting Ting's big watery eyes showed a look of disdain to Wu Qingyue. "Let's not talk about Mama's body without my help. Can you still make another person? At your current speed, your intimacy is still far behind. Papa, you have to work harder to have this possibility." With that, he turned over on the bed, and then rolled around and crawled on the whole big bed. It was more comfortable to crawl on the bed. As soon as little Ting Ting touched the bed, he immediately climbed from one corner of the bed to the other. Wu Qingyue turned over the quilt and said to him helplessly, "Okay, can you stop? Are you a puppy? Crawl everywhere. Lie down and sleep. If I'm a puppy, then you're a big dog." Little Ting Ting didn't stop. Instead, he crawled back to him. Wu Qingyue. This kid was so little, how could he be so smart? He was really worthy of being his son. Okay, I'm a big dog, can you stop? Get into the quilt. Learn from your sister, look how obedient your sister is." Looking at his son who was still crawling around, Wu Qingyue could only respond casually. Then he pointed to Wu Yueling, who had consciously crawled into the quilt. Little Ting Ting knew when to stop. Anyway, he had already crawled a few laps. Only then did he stop. Looking at Wu Yueling sleeping in the middle, he was stunned. "Aw, no way. Such a good opportunity, and you still want us to sleep between you? Dad, are you stupid?" Wu Qingyue. Chapter 1283. When Lin Xiao came out, she saw that the two children were sleeping on the innermost side of the wall, while Wu Qingyue was sleeping on the outermost side. There was a large gap between him and the two children, obviously reserved for her. She silently glanced at Wu Qingyue, then turned to look at the two children who were pretending to be asleep. Then she opened her mouth and said, "What do you mean? Am I going to sleep in the middle?" Wu Qingyue lay on the side and looked at her with a smile. He even patted the space in the middle and asked her, "Are you going to absorb energy cores to cultivate again tonight? And then lie in bed with you for a few days and nights?" Lin Xiao reminded him of what happened last time. Wu Qingyue just smiled innocently and said, "Who knew that would happen? Didn't you agree to let me sleep on the bed? It's inevitable that the two of us will feel each other's body when we sleep together. How can you blame me?" Lin Xiao still had a towel on her head. She walked to the side of the bed while drying her hair and looked down at him. "Is it my fault? Enough, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take your shower." Wu Qingyue was chased out of the bed by her and had to go into the bathroom to take a shower. Looking at the men's nightgown that was already prepared, he felt a bit regretful. This way, he couldn't go out with a towel wrapped around his waist and pretend to ask for clothes, when in fact, he wanted to show off his figure. Lin Xiao sat on the side of the bed and dried her hair. Before she was halfway done, Wu Qingyue had already finished his shower. "What do you think Xikong Chen's reaction will be when he receives the news tomorrow?" She suddenly remembered that the people Xikong Chen sent were going to take action tonight, but if nothing unexpected happened, her base would be completely wiped out. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, "I think when he appears tomorrow, his face will be darker, and he might look at you with a hint of murderous intent." "Ha, so angry that you don't even want to hide your eyes." Lin Xiao tilted her head and kept wiping her long hair as she looked at him and replied. Wu Qingyue, who was walking over, shrugged and raised his eyebrows at her. "In any case, he didn't plan to let you come out alive when he sent people down this time. In his eyes, you are already dead." With that said, he walked to Lin Qiao's side and naturally reached out to take the towel in her hand. Then, he stood there and skillfully wiped her hair. Lin Qiao was stunned by his action. Then, she silently looked up at him a few times before she lowered her eyes and let him rub her head gently. She didn't need to dry her hair completely. After all, she wasn't a human. She wasn't afraid of headaches the next day if she didn't dry her hair. But she couldn't just lie on the bed with her hair all wet. Wu Qingyue's action of wiping her hair was a habit he had developed from frequently wiping Wu Yueling's hair. Lin Qiao let him wipe her. At first, she was not used to it, but after a while, she relaxed. Although her body didn't have much of a reaction to pain, there were some other subtle reactions. For example, when she was wiping her hair, she clearly didn't feel anything when she was wiping her hair. However, with the addition of another pair of hands, she felt a little more comfortable. Could it be a psychological effect? One of them wiped her hair gently according to his habit, while the other sat quietly and enjoyed the comfortable feeling brought by the other person's hands on her head. For a moment, both of them fell into silence. Ting Tang, who was on the side, secretly narrowed one eye and glanced at them. Then, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Okay, that's enough. After feeling that the water droplets were almost dry, Lin Qiao tilted her head and left Wu Qingyue's hand. Then, she raised her hand and took the towel from his hand. She stood up and walked to the bathroom to put the towel in before coming out. After lying on the bed, Lin Qiao pulled the quilt for the two children and lay down. Behind her, Wu Qingyue also quickly lay down. Seeing Lin Qiao lying on her side with her back to him, he didn't hesitate to go upstairs. Although he didn't hesitate, he was a little nervous. He was afraid that Lin Qiao would suddenly make a sound or directly remove his hand. But soon, he realized that after 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Qiao didn't move. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Lin Qiao looked back at him, but her body didn't move. She could completely feel that he was happy because she allowed him to hug her. She couldn't help but feel a subtle warmth in her heart, as well as an ethereal feeling. The next day, there were still a few hours before the group went to the underground cave. After a morning of final preparations, everyone gathered outside the south gate of the Huaxia base 2 hours before the start of the mission. The people on Lin Qiao's side were the people she brought this time. She looked at the group of people and said, "I'm in charge of leading the universal base and Haiqing. There are a total of 20 people. 10 rank 6 arcanists and 10 rank 5 arcanists. Have you arranged the people you want to go down?" Lan Lu was the first to speak. He said, "I don't have enough people on my side, so I can only send 7 people. But I still need Chief Lu to take care of them during the operation." "Thank you." As he said that, he raised his hand and beckoned behind him. A group of people came out with a big mutant dog. In addition to Lei Qing, Xing Hao, and Yi Yingyue, who Lin Qiao had met before, there were 4 unfamiliar arcanists. In addition to Lei Qing, who was a rank 7 arcanist, Xing Hao and Yi Yingyue were rank 6, and the other 4 were only rank 5. Lin Qiao smiled at him and said, "If there's a chance, of course I'll help you take care of them." A group of people also came out from the Black Dragon base. Du Kuanqing also smiled and said, "Since we're going to take care of each other, let's take care of each other. After all, unity is power." He had sent a lot of people, more than a dozen, and the leader seemed to be a rank 7 arcanist. But he should have just broken through rank 7, and his aura wasn't very strong. In addition, there were 5 or 6 rank 6 arcanists, and the rest were rank 5. Lin Qiao looked at the new rank 7 arcanist from the Black Dragon base, and then glanced at the rank 6 arcanists behind him. She looked at Du Kuanqing meaningfully and said, "It seems that the actual strength of the arcanists in the Black Dragon base isn't as weak as it seemed when Gao Haoyun was here. No wonder Du Kuanxing could lead the entire base to avoid the disaster brought by Mo Yen. His own strength wasn't just reflected in the level of his arcana. When Du Kuanxing heard what she said, he smiled and admitted, "That's because he and I don't get along very well." Just as they were about to send out people, Wei Haichao quietly appeared behind the silent Sikong Chen and whispered into his ear. Lin Chao saw their small movements from the corner of her eye, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Sure enough, after a few seconds, she saw Sikong Chen's face turn black. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked in her direction. Lin Chao also turned her head and looked at him. Sure enough, she saw a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 1284. Wu Qingyue moved to Lin Chao's side and looked at the people in front of him. He whispered to her, "Looks like he received the news." Lin Chao asked, "What's the situation?" "It should be similar to what we thought, right?" She knew that Wu Qingyue had also received the news. Looking at Sikong Chen's expression, she knew that it was not just a failure. Wu Qingyue's eyes drifted left and right, then he smiled and said, "They were originally working on two sides, but then they gave up on Ocean City and moved to your side. In the end, Lin Feng and the others were one step ahead of them, so they were all harvested. A few hundred level 5 and level 6 energy cores and 3 level 7 ones were delivered to their doorstep. It was enough for Lin Chao's army to increase their strength. Look at the people gathered here, there aren't many level 5 and level 6 metahumans. What's more, Sikong Chen sent more than 100 level 6 metahumans and a few hundred level 5 metahumans. They even lost 3 level 7 metahumans. It would be strange if they didn't die from anger." Wu Qingyue continued. You reap what you sow, who can you blame?" Lin Chao snorted and coldly mocked. At this time, the people from the Meng tribe's base were also sent out. They had about the same number of people as Qingshan base, just one more person. 8. But there were no level 7 metahumans among the 8, 3 level 6 metahumans and 5 level 5 metahumans. Seeing that almost all the bases had sent people out, everyone's eyes turned to Sikong Chen's direction. "Good, looks like everyone is here. I wonder how many people will China send?" Lon Lu asked Sikong Chen with a smile. From the looks of it, Black Dragon's base had the most people, more than a dozen. Ocean City was considered the second largest base, but because of Lin Chao's existence, Wu Qingyue only sent 10 people. After all, these two bases could be considered as one. With Lin Chao, a level 8 metahuman, having more people was not a good thing. Sikong Chen's mood darkened when he heard Wei Haichao's words. Now that he heard Lon Lu's words, he raised his hands with a gloomy expression and clapped. Following which, a group of people walked out from behind them. The one leading them was a beautiful woman with long legs. As soon as she appeared, that gorgeous and charming face and that perfect figure with a pair of straight long legs that was curvaceous in the front and the back was revealed. She attracted the attention of all the men present, and they all fixed their eyes on her. Xiao Longyun slightly raised her chin and stood beside Sikong Chen with a confident smile. She put her hands on her waist and said loudly, "I'll take the lead and he's my vice captain." 15 level 6 metahumans and 30 level 5 metahumans. A total of 47. "My surname is Xia, you can call me Director Xia." As she spoke, she pointed to the man beside her. That was the vice captain of her team. She glanced around with a pair of charming eyes, and a seductive smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The people who were originally staring at her from head to toe, especially at her chest and snow-white thighs, subconsciously swallowed their saliva when they heard her voice. The men who had been staring at her from head to toe, especially her chest and snow-white thighs, subconsciously swallowed when they heard her voice. After all, Xiao Longyun was not only good-looking, but also had a great body and a seductive voice. Behind Xia Longyun was a group of team members dressed in camouflage uniforms. Every one of them was well-equipped and advanced, giving off a powerful aura. Behind Xia Longyun was a group of people wearing camouflage uniforms. They were all well-equipped and had a strong aura. Huaxia really has a lot of people. They even have such a great beauty. Du Kuanqing suddenly said with a smile. It couldn't be helped. He had always been interested in beautiful women. Xia Longyun only glanced at him indifferently, and then her eyes revealed a look of disdain. Then she quickly turned to look at Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao, who was beside him. Xikongchen coldly said, I've only sent these few people. Since we have the most people, we'll have to deal with them. Since we have the most people, we, Huaxia, will be the leader of this operation. After the operation, everyone else will have to listen to our orders. His words immediately made the expressions of the others change slightly, and they all revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Du Kuanqing was the first to protest, wait a minute. Listen to your orders. There's such a thing. Why haven't I heard of it before? Lan Lu also said with a smile, that's right. We didn't mention this in the previous meeting. Besides, why do we have more people to win? Why don't we talk about strength? Leader Lu may be from a small base, but she is a rank 8 Arcanist. You want her to listen to your rank 7 Arcanist? Aren't you thinking too much? He glanced at Xia Longyun, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then he continued, even if the universal base is a small base now, we still have to respect their strength. Otherwise, will you be responsible for the consequences? So what he meant was to tell Xikongchen that although the universal base was small, their leader was a rank 8 Arcanist. Don't you understand the principle of the strong being respected? If you make her unhappy, you can't do anything to her after she annihilates your Huaxia team, right? After all, they are still working closely with Sea City. His words immediately made Xikongchen's gloomy face turn darker. We've never heard of this matter, and we didn't agree to it. Does Leader C have the confidence to think that others will listen to your arrangements when they go down? Wu Qingyue said with a smile at this time, but his smiling eyes flashed with a cold light. I'm afraid Leader C is treating us like fools. Can't you at least give us a reasonable reason? Besides, aren't we going to go our own ways if we cooperate this time? When did you say that we have to listen to the orders of the other party? Lin Qiao looked at Xikongchen like he was looking at an idiot. He didn't know what this man was thinking by doing this at the last minute. There's no need to go our own ways. After all, the situation underground isn't safe. For safety's sake, I think it's safer for everyone to stay together. But there will definitely be different opinions when there are more people, so it's more efficient to follow the orders of one party. Xikongchen said with a sullen face. No matter how you looked at it, his words sounded like he was doing it for everyone's good, but no one knew what he was secretly thinking. I don't think there's a need to stay together. After all, this is everyone's first time going down. No one knows what's down there, so it's better to rely on your own ability to find out the situation. Besides, who knows if the orders given by your beautiful leader are correct? Du Kuanqing objected again. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.